lovely Sunday as we are spending it at Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park. The wind picking up a little bit as it's the final day of turf racing for the season, and we have 2 turf stakes, including the Forever Together, where Regal Realm is the morning line favorite, coming off of a Grade 3 win at Kentucky Downs last out. She'll have to stretch out in distance a little bit. And then for the 2-year-olds in the Central Park, Spirit Prince is still a maiden. He's yet to win a race, but he's multiple graded stakes place and will look to break through today. Speaking of Central Park, when the leaves fall, that means an end to turf racing, but we're happy to have some sun shining today. Spent many a beautiful sunshine-filled summer afternoon in Central Park. Lovely in the fall as well. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Thanks for joining us on today's edition of America's Day at the Races as we wrap up the racing week and, as mentioned, turf season, meaning that some of the colder temperatures are coming, but still some great racing over the next couple of weeks. But we'll take a look at what's on tap today. 2 turf stakes, as mentioned, in the Forever Together and the Central Park. The Pick 6 does kick off in the 4th race today. We're fast and firm. Happy to see that. As always, today's races are presented by our friends at Claiborne Farm. I'm proud to welcome in my co-host today, champion jockey Richard Migliori. And Richie, it's always bittersweet when we say goodbye to turf racing for the season here in New York. And unfortunately, as we've talked about a lot with the weather that we've had over the year, but glad that the last couple of weeks we've really been able to get in some of those nice turf races.
Yeah, Casey, it's just been such a challenging year weather-wise, particularly for turf runners, and not a lot of continuity in the races that we could keep on the grass. And once the courses take as much water as our turf courses have taken over this year, it gets to a point in the year they just don't dry out the same. So I think it's great that we've had turf racing as far as we have, considering the weather we've had to deal with.
One of the 2 turf stakes today is the Forever Together. It is our America's Best Racing race of the week. It will go as race number 7 today, a mile and a 16th on the turf for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. The morning line favorite is Regal Realm. Trainer Jonathan Thomas saying, I don't think that she needs the lead to win, which is good news for her. She has faith in humanity right to her inside, but she is coming off of a nice win where she was able to control things in the ladies' turf.
Yeah, and listen, she got to really set moderate fractions and control the race from start to finish last time. Regal Realm can be a bit keen, though. It's not as though she's just an easy horse to ride. And when she did rate from off the pace 3 back at Canterbury, she kind of missed the break that day and got covered up right away. From that post, I wonder if she's going to be able to get cover, being drawn next to another speed and faith in humanity. Will it kind of rile her up? Will it set her off and potentially make her keen?
Speaking of faith in humanity, she set the pace last time out as the heavy favorite and then was pretty much eased that day. She's not the most consistent type, but if she runs a race like this, which was her Pebbles win last year, she's obviously a big player.
Yeah, I mean, she has the ability, and I agree with you about the inconsistency, though. Do you just forgive the last race? I mean, to me, she had pretty much everything her own way that day. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical.
I remember, so we saw an article of Chad Brown saying that she came back sound, couldn't find anything wrong with her. I remember you were in the paddock, I believe, that day, and saying that she just looked a little bit dull.
Yeah, she didn't look good to me that day. She just, her coat wasn't the way you'd like to see it, and particularly from a Chad Brown runner where you're expecting to see that kind of rich, hydrated, really glossy coat on her. She looked dull to me in the coat and even in just her demeanor. So maybe today we'll see a little bit of a different filly in the paddock, and signifying that she's going to run one of her better races.
See what she shows today. That is the Forever Together. Earlier on the card, the 2-year-old boys will go a mile on the inner turf in the Central Park. And Spirit Prince, the morning line favorite, as mentioned, he's yet to win a race. He's been a victim of trying to find some spaces to run with some of the races off the turf. So after finishing 2nd in his maiden, he's only run in stakes company. He will rematch with Blue Creek as they ran 2-3 in the Awad last time out.
Yeah, and he was the one that made the first run and kind of hit the front. And looking at that race, I mean, very fast fractions. And he kind of set him up. Like when you go after a horse that's setting fast fractions, you set yourself up. You're ripe to be picked off late. And sometimes you've just got to ride races and let horses come back to you instead of attacking and making that first run. And you saw the end result last time.
Faced some very good horses, including Agate Road, Two-Back Galabrand, Carson's Run. He's run against some talented horses in Stakes Company. We'll see if he can break through today. Jonathan Thomas looking to sweep the Turf Stakes today, though, as he also will send out Uncle Truly, who broke his maiden up at Woodbine last time out.
Yeah, quite impressively, too. Love the way, he sat right in behind in the pocket, was able to ease out, find daylight, and really kicked on. I thought this was a really nice performance, and I thought the figure he got was good. His first race was at Kentucky Downs, a very difficult course, particularly for a first-time starter, a lot of undulation. I like the way he leveled off and finished this deal. I think he's very, very much the horse to beat.
And this horse could be a little bit of a hunch bet today, as the second dam is Forever Together.
That's right, exactly. Truly
And the
Together,
pedigree.
yes, yeah. I like that. I didn't even, I didn't make the correlation. I liked him before. I like him even more now.
Could be the hunch bet on the day with that stake named for his grand dam a little bit later on the card. You can sign up, play all of the action on today's program by joining Naira Bets. Earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus using promo code MATCH200 when you sign up and after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. We'll kick things off, though, with the 2-year-old fillies in a maiden special weight sprinting on the main track, going 6.5 furlongs. There's a look at the number 6, Shoplifting. She's been the favorite in both of our starts. She's a short price right now. First time, second behind eventual Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner, just FYI, on the dirt. Can she win the opener? We'll talk more about it after this.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. It's still November. We can still have the pumpkins. Pumpkin pie, I'm sure, will be celebrated quite a bit this coming week with Thanksgiving. Of course, Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. I think Maggie's the only one that actually likes pumpkin pie on the show, right?
Yeah, listen, I'm not a sweets guy to begin with, but pumpkin pie would not be high on my list.
3 to 5 on shoplifting now for the openers. We welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. And Maggie, as far as pumpkin pie is concerned, there's more for you.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it, Acacia, because it reminded me that I need to get my pumpkin pie stuff to make some over this, our dark days, so I can take one to grandmother's house. But taking a look here at a few of the first-time starters in this field, we'll begin with the very pricey number 1, Leslie's Road. She went for over $1 million as a yearling, daughter of Into Mischief. There isn't actually that much pedigree in the first generation. It's more a second generational family, in which the dam is half to materiality, multiple graded stakes winner, granted going long on the dirt, as well as My Miss Sophia, who won on a graded stake going long on the dirt, as well as the turf. She was multiple graded stakes placed. Now, looking at this filly for, excuse me, Todd Pletcher here, she has a little bit more of a long tubular type of frame. So to me, that suggests that she probably wants to go a bit further than this 6.5 furlongs here first time out. But she is well prepared. She is fit enough, but also I think could gain a little bit of strength. Like I said, she's probably okay in here. She'll probably run respectably, but I feel like she's just going to thrive when the distances get a bit further for her. And one could say the same thing about the next horse we'll talk about in number 5, Woven Red, as the pedigree would certainly say that she'd at least need a mile, being a half-sister to Gerrymander, as well as multiple graded stakes winning dirt marathoner Lone Rock. She definitely looks like a tappet, though. The dam in here, Ruby Lips, she didn't put too much of her stamp on her. She's a little bit shorter coupled than I expected, but there's a lot of her. There's a lot of substance. She's a bit more physically mature looking than many of her foes in here, as we are getting into the tail end of 2-year-old season. So I appreciate that about her. She also just looks as though fitness might be a question mark. Like, ultimately, we're going to use this 6.5 furlongs to get that fitness into her. As Richie always says, it's like 10 works in one race, and then we'll see her step out in distance. I do, Acacia, by looking at them here in the paddock, give the edge to the horses who have experience.
And that's what the board is saying as well. Maggie, thank you. 3 to 5 now on shoplifting to the outside. Want to remind everyone you can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Your favorite shoplifting by Into Mischief. She was beaten, Richie, just a narrow margin on debut behind Just FYI, who we would see, of course, go on to win the Frazette and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
I mean, it just stands out. It jumps off the paper at you. Just FYI will be your 2-year-old filly champion, and she ran her to within a head on debut in Saratoga, came back, had a run on turf. Her dam, Miss Shop, was proficient both on turf and dirt, a stakes winner on both surfaces, although a grade 1 winner on dirt. And she did everything but win. I mean, she just couldn't hold off a top caliber filly in Just FYI, but lost nothing in defeat.
And certainly was flattered with what Just FYI went on to do after that. As mentioned, the Frazette and Breeders' Cup to her tally. Trying the Stuart Manor was actually the favorite in there as well with her debut on turf. But as you touched on, Miss Shop was very versatile. She won the personal ensign, but she was also a 4-time turf winner, and I know you were familiar with her.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to ride her for the late, great Alan Jerkins, and won the Castle Royale Stakes on her, was 3rd in the Coaching Club American Oaks. She was a tough, versatile filly.
We'll start things off with that first-time starter, $1.15 million for Leslie's Rose.
Hefty work tab here. You get Irad Ortiz for Todd Pletcher.
Kingdom Come cuts back in distance.
Cuts back in distance, just feels like she's going to have to improve to face some of these in here.
She is the half-sister to Art Collector as well. Here's the 3 value area.
Adds blinkers, and I think is very interesting because she's kind of loomed up in 2 starts and to me hung a little bit with company. Maybe the blinkers gives her more focus.
First-time starters, Oro Zimba to start.
Not taking any money here.
Big price for a Chad Brown firster. Here's the other one by Tappet, Woven Red.
Yeah, Mare's a producer. Gerrymander, Lone Rock, Maggie talked about, but has produced 0 debut winners.
and shoplifting, your heavy favorite.
Just again, I can't get past. First thing you see when you look down at the form is just FYI, and just FYI, your 2-year-old filly champion.
The number 3 value area, you talked about the equipment change on her as she finished a distant third on debut. Nobody was catching Ways and Means that day in Saratoga. And then we saw in her 2 races here at the Big A, especially last time, as she was the heavy favorite. What happened at the start?
Yeah, it just looked like she got off awkwardly. She didn't brake well. When I watched the head-on, it seemed to me like she scraped the side door, and it just slowed down her forward momentum. Now, she did make up a lot of ground early. This would what we would consider a middle move, right? She loomed up there. But even at this point, despite the trouble, despite having to make, you go, well, she's going to win anyway, right? And then to me, she just seems like, oh, I'm with my company. This is what I'm supposed to do, is run with my horses, not as much maybe away from them. And she was outgamed to the wire. Now, it could have been, I think, a combination of the trip, but also maybe the blinkers are going to give her that focus she needs to go on and finish the deal.
That, to me, looks like the perfect example of a horse that would need blinkers.
Yeah, well, and listen,
And sometimes they could be on for different reasons sometimes.
well, a lot of trainers, and listen, Hall of Fame trainer like Todd Pletcher works all of his horses, 90% of his horses at least, in company. And they stay together. And sometimes I wonder if horses don't start to go, well, I'm trained to run with a horse, not necessarily impose my will and leave that horse. And I think at some point in the mornings with young horses, you have to allow the best horse to stride away from, horses that don't have the same kind of ability.
There she is warming up. For more, let's check in with Maggie.
And taking a look at value area now on the racetrack, and I agree with everything you guys said as far as adding those shortcut cheater blinkers, as we'll see if she breaks a little bit better today. Most often the thought is that they'll break better, or they're trying to get more speed out of a horse when they put the blinkers on. Sometimes it can go the opposite way, but I don't really foresee that happening given the fact that it's just a short cup on her. Now, she's one that when I saw, the only other time I saw her was in her debut. She was a big burly filly that seemed to carry a lot more conditioning than what she's carrying here today in her 4th career start, in which a lot of times it just feels like, and look, it was a trip last time, and last time was the only time she was really heavily bet, but it also feels like these Todd Pletcher's horses are supposed to get it done. On the flip side, she's a generous 5-1 at the moment. I just can't necessarily warm up to her, because also I've always thought that longer would be better for her. So I don't particularly love her continuing to stay at these sprint distances, though I know the dam more effective with less ground. Number 2, Kingdom Come, the half-sister to Art Collector. She'll turn back in distance, and I thought she had a little bit of a trip last time. Now, the fact that she doesn't seem to break that well is not going to help her turning back here, but she kind of went up to chase wide then after that slow break and lost more ground than any, and eventually would kind of hit the front end and come up short going the mile. So I'm wondering if that turn back in distance will she'll need a pace to close into, you would have to think, but it just looked like she wanted less ground watching that race. And furthermore, she isn't necessarily built that long and stretchy. She's a little bit more compact and built downhill. So at a decent price, maybe she could reap the benefits if anybody tries to pressure number 6 in here, Shoplifting, who I do think, she just sets up shop, no pun intended, towards the outside, stalking if she needs to, the number 3 in here, value area, or she could very well find herself on the lead. Got a lovely warm up with John Velasquez aboard Acacia, and I'm going to chalk it out here in the first and take Shoplifting, as she just feels like the true sprinter of this group.
And Maggie, she's definitely the one to beat. 3-5 right now on Shoplifting. But back to the 2, Kingdom Come, Richie. Thought it was interesting what Maggie was saying about the way that she runs and how a little bit less distance could serve her well.
Yeah, sometimes when you have a horse that comes from off the pace, a lot of people with conventionalism go, well, distance will be good because it gives them more time to close, but in actuality, maybe it starches their run a little bit. Where turning back, it'll intensify her late turn of foot. Some of the things I look at when I'm looking back through past performances, particularly with young horses, This horse's dam, Distorted Legacy, had 3 wins, 7 seconds. Her Grand Dam Bunting, 2 wins, 7 seconds. You know, sometimes those things are passed down generationally, where if a horse, and I'm always amazed by it, it rode a mare that lugged in really badly. And all her foals lugged in really badly. And I wonder if the dam doesn't say to their foals in the field, listen, you really want to give your jockey a hard time? This is what you do. Because how else would they learn to pick up those habits?
It's a very interesting conversation, and some of them do have all those quirks in the family. The number 3, Value Area, putting the blinkers on. We'll see if it gives her a little bit more focus and in the stretch, and to just not leave herself with too much to do. Hitting the gate last time, stumbling at the start, 2 back as well. Even on debut, though she showed speed, she wasn't the quickest out of the gate.
No, and I think that it's probably because she's not setting her feet properly. She's probably a little bit uptight in the gate. You know, you're talking about a 1,000-pound animal going from 0 to 35 miles an hour in a matter of a stride or 2, right? They need to be balanced and square, their weight evenly distributed. And when a horse is not standing properly, they'll lend itself to them stumbling or hitting the gate or not braking quite as well.
The number 1, Leslie's Rose, that expensive first-time starter. She comes in, as you touched on in the post-parade, with a strong work pattern. Tell me what you can see and glean from looking at the work tab for a firster like this coming in.
Well, I like the steadiness of the work tab. I put more credence in the spacing of workouts than I do the times of workouts. You don't know what the intention was. You don't know if the rider was a 150-pound exercise rider or a 110-pound jockey, and what the trainer wanted out of it. But she's got a nice steady work tab. I'm not thrilled when I see back-to-back gate works being the last 2 works into a horse's debut. It feels like they're still learning their lessons. That, okay, we weren't crazy about how sharp she broke. Let's take her back, do it again, and now she runs. I like to see that kind of work done and put to bed, and then come in off a nice maintenance work.
Could not agree more. Usually a little bit of a red flag. We'll see if she breaks well, especially given the fact that she's a big filly and she has the inside post. The favorite, though, continues to be Shoplifting. I know both you and Maggie like her. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think with Johnny Velasquez aboard, Shoplifting gets to kind of break, probably going to put herself 1, 2, 3 the right way. It just gives her so many luxuries, and she's already tipped her hand how much ability she has.
See what kind of trip she gets. Acting well behind the gate. John Velasquez in the saddle, getting some nice love from the assistant starter as they load in for the opener at the Big A on this Sunday afternoon. We'll send it up to track announcer Chris Griffin for the call.
Shoplifting goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Leslie's Rose right out to the front and towards the far outside. That's Shoplifting. They're going to be a clear 1-2 in the early stages. Orizimba has now lost ground, is back to 4th, is moving in between horses. That's Value Area, who moves into the 3 path as they're now well out into the center of the racetrack. At the rail is going to be Kingdom Come in the early trailer. That's the gray. Woven Red. Tightly bunched here in the opener as they get set to move to 4 furlongs left to travel. To the inside there, it's Leslie's Rose, and a tight hold here on Shoplifting is engaged. They're head and head as they approach less than a half mile to go now. They went 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. It's Leslie's Rose, who's now a neck in front, Shoplifting right there. Here comes the run from Jose Ortiz on Value Area 3 wide. Just off of them, that's Kingdom Come, who's tucked in behind those leaders. Orizimba's driven along, and the trailer is Woven Red. 46-2 for that half-mile time. They've got a quarter mile left to go, and Leslie's Rose is in hand. Leslie's Rose now gets the cue. Shoplifting has got to go right from there, but Leslie's Rose is finding plenty here. Rat Ortiz Jr. just took a look over his right shoulder, and they are far, far back as Leslie's Rose is just sprinting away. Leslie's Rose with a 16th to go. It is all Leslie's Rose. He won 5 yesterday. He wins the opener today. Rat Ortiz Jr. Leslie's Rose. They win it easily. Value Area second. Then came Shoplifting and Kingdom Come. In 1 minute 16-3.
Red Ortiz picking up right where he left off after a big day yesterday. And Leslie's Rose, she did break sharp from the inside, Richie, and she never looked back.
Oh, she exploded out of the blocks, broke super sharp from the inside post for a first-time starter that does have the look of one that will appreciate going even further. But, boy, she had all her speed intact. And I turned to you halfway through this race and about the 3/8 pole, and I said, they're not beating this filly on the lead. She was always traveling sweetly and kicked away from shoplifting. No excuses there. She was just set up shop right outside of the one Leslie's Rose value area, rallied to be second best on a very impressive debut winner here. Leslie's Rose looks like she's justifying that $1.15 million price tag.
So far, so good. See what the future holds for her. Filly by Into Mischief, Leslie's Rose gets the win. And you see there's nobody even close to her coming down to the wire. Little pats from Irad Ortiz as well.
You know you're winning easily when a rider has the presence of mind and the time to think about giving the horse a pat and telling them what a good job they did. And he did that before the finish line. And the beat goes on for Irad Ortiz. 5 wins yesterday, 1 already today, and plenty of time to pad those statistics.
I'm sure he's thinking, be a fun year next year with this filly.
Ooh, I mean, this was impressive. And this is the great thing about racing. Doesn't matter what time of the year or what racetrack we're at, you don't know when you're going to see a special kind of performance. I think this was a special performance.
One thing you always see about Irad Ortiz, too, especially with young horses, he'll give them a minute to kind of stand and breathe after teaching them, giving them a good experience.
I love that, too. Give them a chance to kind of catch their breath, take a look around, be in the moment, and then bring them back where they're a little more collected.
1-3-6-2, impressive debut for the high-priced daughter of Into Mischief, Leslie's Rose. Gets the win in the opener. We'll recap what took place in yesterday's Hill Prince. There were 4 stakes on the card yesterday afternoon. I'll give you a hint. The winner still undefeated. A recap coming up next after this.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Leslie's Rose makes her way into the winner's circle after race 1. She was very impressive, very professional on debut.
She really was, really fired out of the starting gate, with run on her mind, set up shop on the lead the right way, shrugged off your favorite, and drew off as much the best.
$11 winner as well with Irad Ortiz, who won 5 yesterday, picks up another victory today to kick off the day. And yeah, it was a good day at the office for Irad yesterday, Saturday at Aqueduct.
Yeah, listen, he rides live horses, but he delivers and he puts them in position to win. And it doesn't matter if it's a $10,000 claim race or a Grade 1, you know Irad is going to ride his heart out. And that's one of the things that makes him as successful as he is.
How meaningful are days like that, multi-win days?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. You know, it's always nice you win 2 or 3, but when you win 4 or 5, even 6 races in a day, it kind of speaks to like career kind of days. I never won 6 races at one track in a day. I did in 2 tracks, but 5 multiple times, and you leave the races feeling for a moment that you're pretty good at what you do.
Well, I read Ortiz. He's pretty good at what he does. He's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, picking up right where he left off yesterday, guys, and getting the opener here. Irad with, oh my gosh, I can't, Leslie's, I was going to call her Leslie's Loot. Where did that come from? But you liked her. I overheard you saying that to Byron, having worked her in the morning. And wow, she was very impressive.
To be honest, I think I was switching the riders. I got the chance to get on her one time.
Playing tricks with you?
Get on her one time, and I really like the way she works, and I told the assistant Byron. And after that, I don't remember if I get on her again, but got lucky and was on her today, and she do everything right, very professional.
She broke like a shot, and then she even had a ton more in the stretch for you.
Yeah, I never hit him. I just called her attention, and she was responding, so no reason why to hit him. And very professional, a little impressive, and I love those kind, you know. She listened to me, and she waited for me, so loved it.
And Irad, we'll see you in the state coming up a little later, the Forever Together aboard Chili Flag, a filly that it feels like she's really hard to get your timing right on. And do you need a pace with her, or is it just more about getting the timing right?
To be honest, I think mile and 8 last time it was not her game. Yeah. It paid off a little bit on the end, cost me, and they caught me on the wire. To mile and 16, I think it's a little more better. And she got pace in front of her. It's great for her. If not, I think she should be close, and I have confidence on her that she's gonna give me a good run on the end.
All right, wishing the best of luck with her, but what a way to start the day here with Leslie's Rose.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, one with a bright future, Acacia.
A bright future indeed, Maggie. Thank you. Irad Ortiz jacking back to the jocks room to get ready to ride the rest of the card as he does, but certainly, as Maggie said, a good way to kick off the day with a nice, promising 2-year-old filly. Yesterday, though, we had some exciting stakes action. Hope you tuned in and got a chance, but first, taking a look at what's coming up. It's a New York bred, maiden special weight for the fillies and mares, 3 and up, going 7 furlongs on the main track. And to the outside, second-time starter, Monetary Monarch, currently 5-2, as she did run promising after a poor start, to say the least, on debut.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought she stood out going back and watching replays, and the way she kind of lost her footing at the break and was a little bit green, but put in a nice run. Didn't change leads, which I hope she does today, but she's well posted, and with that race under her belt, she's the horse I want out of there.
As far as yesterday's does go, as mentioned, 4 stakes on the card, including the Hill Prince for the turf horses, and we saw Integration, who was coming in with some pretty good credentials, still lightly raced Richie. He was 2 for 2, having won the Virginia Derby over program trading, and backed that effort up, now making it 3 for 3 in the Hill Prince.
This is a really good horse. I was as impressed as I can be with this performance. He reminded me a lot of Artie Schiller. He showed a little bit of a different dimension in the Hill Prince, where he laid closer, and you would think maybe his run getting stretched out, he wouldn't finish as well. Well, he exploded through the last furlong. If my math is correct, he came on the last 1/8 of a mile in 10 4/5, a sub-11 last furlong. That's otherworldly. And you can go back, the horse that had the track record at Aqueduct for mile and 8, Lashkari, ran a mile and 8 in 1:47. He just ran a mile and 8 in 1:47. Lashkari with world-class talent. I think Integration is a world-class talent.
Got a little bit of a later start versus some of the 3-year-old turf horses. We didn't see him in the the Belmont Derby or those kinds of races, but patience, as we often talk about with Shug McGahee, paying off. He's now undefeated and a multiple graded stakes winner, and looks like he could be a very exciting 4-year-old coming back next year.
I think he really livens up that older turf division. This is a really good horse. I'm excited to see what he does as a 4-year-old. And the way he finished going a mile and 1/8 makes you feel like distance is there's not going to be limitations there.
$700,000 son of Quality Road getting the win. Maggie, we saw Integration stay undefeated, and as Richie touched on, looks like he could make this division pretty interesting.
We have been crying out for a turf superstar here in the States. And as you mentioned, Son of Quality Road, out of the multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, Harmonize, as he managed to keep his pristine record intact and earning a 98 buyer speed figure for the effort and second graded stakes win. But Integration, he's a little bit of a smaller, handier horse, and you really saw that kind of scat daddy almost come through on the bottom side, the way he really extended himself. And I like the fact that Kendrick Carmouche has been able to ride him in his last 2 starts for the Hall of Famer legend that is Shug McGahee, because Shug has said oftentimes that Kendrick has come out to Fair Hill to work a lot of his horses there in the mornings, and he always felt as though he wanted to find Kendrick a good horse. Well, a good horse, he has found him in Integration, and really looking forward to what the rest of his career has to offer us as fans. Acacia?
Yeah, it'll be really fun to follow. Maggie, Integration 3 for 3 so far, and looks like Kendrick does indeed have a good one on his hands. That was the Hill Prince yesterday, and has to be always really meaningful for a jockey too, when you put in the hours, put in the hours driving to a place like Fair Hill, and working horses for Shug and being rewarded with a talented horse that wins on race day.
Well, I think that's just the right word, rewarded. I love to see hard work rewarded, and making that effort, taking the time, taking a day off, going to Fair Hill and get on horses like this. By the way, it's a lot of fun to get on horses there too, but
yeah.
You know, and he delivered, and he looks like a jockey's dream to ride. He waits on you. He's not keen. He places himself well. I really was very, very taken with this performance.
A nice effort yesterday in the Hill Prince. Back to today, our next order of business is the second race, New York bred maiden special weight for the fillies. There's Foxy Cara. She's had a lot of chances already. This is start number 10. Will today finally be the day? She's 3-1 on the board right now. We'll talk a little bit more about her and the rest of the field. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way. 1-2 moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search Results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search Results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Thoroughbred racing is taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. We're getting ready for the second race at the Big A, going 7 furlongs on the main track. New York bred maiden special weight for fillies and mares, 3 and up. There is the number 1, Scoring Chance. First-time starter, taking some attention. Does have a Red Ortiz who's looking to sweep the early double.
Won the opener with a first-time starter from the rail. Breaks from the rail again with a first-time starter. Nice pedigree. Good magic. The mare won on debut and has produced a debut winner, so there is some precocity there.
Homebred for Old Tavern Farm. For more on these maidens, let's get a Paddock report from Maggie.
In Acacia, we'll take a look at the 2 fillies taking most of the play here. They actually bookend the field. One a first-time starter, one a second-time starter, beginning with number 1, Scoring Chance. As you guys were saying, this one has pretty nice pedigree as well. Now, the dam did win first time out as a 3-year-old too, but that was going long. Now, we get the 7 furlongs here, which is okay. But she does look like a filly that, as her pedigree would suggest, maybe longer will ultimately prove better. But also in that same breath, Jorge Abreu, we've come accustomed to knowing as being one of the most effective trainers with debuters, no matter what their age, and she looks ready. She is fit, she is professional, but she's also acting like she's clued in. So I like what I'm seeing from her, but she's very tall and lanky. So the 7 furlongs, a good place to start. We'll just see if she proves to needing more here, as a horse that I was not expecting to take as much money as she is number 7, Monetary Monarch, who I was really interested in going into this race, as she was just so green throughout. She broke slow and sloppy, and then she didn't switch leads and was lugging in the stretch a little bit, but she did run. She ran down the lane that day. So despite things not mentally going forwardly, she showed that there's ability, and while I didn't see her first time out, I like what I'm seeing here, and she has every right to be a runner because she's incredibly athletic. There's a lot to her. There's a lot of substance to her, and the fact that she comes back in here to Aqueduct for this second start with those what appear to be quick works at Fair Hill gives me confidence that we're going to see a quicker filly out of the stalls today from the outside, as she does apply a French 3/4 cup blinker to her. Now, she is still pretty quiet here in the paddock, but Acacia, she looks strong, and especially strong in her hindquarters, that push that you need to get out of the gate.
We'll see if she can be a little bit quicker early today. Maggie, thank you. And there's a good look at those blinkers that she does apply. And mentally, hopefully she will have taken something from that first race as well.
Yeah, and she's well posted too, right? With the scratch, it's a 6-horse field. She's 6 of 6 going 7 furlongs. With that race under her belt, the work tab is very nice since the race. She adds blinkers, she adds Lasix. And, you know, this is owned by the estate of Richard Lugovich. We lost Richard Lugovich not too long ago. Somebody that I worked with at a farm when I was about 13 years old.
Oh, wow.
And I'm just really happy to see that his daughter, Lisa Lugovich, has kind of kept things going.
3-1 on Monetary Monarch right now to the outside. His favoritism has now actually shifted over to the number 1, Scoring Chance. And it's interesting what Maggie was talking about with the physical and the pedigree of this horse, who maybe will ultimately want a little bit longer. Sometimes 7 furlongs is not the easiest place to debut.
It's a tough debut distance. You know, it's basically run like a 6-furlong race, except you have another 220 yards to negotiate. But her taking this money is meaningful. It's obvious she has tipped her hand in her morning workouts that she has ability. And you get, you know, top-class connections. Red Ortiz is, you know, I mean, what a year he's put together. Just incredible, and keeps the beat going. A lot of riders would have had a Breeders' Cup weekend like he did and maybe, you know, relaxed, rested on their laurels. Not Irad. He's out at it and just riding as many as he can.
Yeah. Gets a leg up aboard Scoring Chance. He'll look to sweep the early double here. Foxy Cara is 7-2. This filly, who has had 9 starts so far and 7 in the money finishes at a variety of distances. She's a little bit tough to trust, just given the fact that she's already had so many more races than a couple of her main foes.
Yeah, I mean, she's run races certainly good enough to win here, but she has had 9 tries, this being her 10th.
See if Start number 10 is indeed the lucky one. There is Monetary Monarch to the outside. Romero Mirage going to be in the saddle. Let's meet the rest of the field, though, as we'll get the post parade for this New York bred maiden race, starting off with Firster Scoring Chance.
Yeah, nice looking daughter of Good Magic. Good Magic being by Curlin. Curlin, a sire of sires. Nice pedigree coming in, top class connections, and taking money.
First time starter that's currently your favorite. There's the 2, Foxy Cara.
Yeah, a lot of chances, but some good runs. Actually finished in front of the 7 Monetary Monarch, but Monetary Monarch had some excuses last time.
Crystal Air cuts back in distance.
Is going to have to improve. She's dropping out of a stake race where she was completely overmatched last time.
Here's Runchata. Has not done much running as of yet.
No, another one that's just going to have to improve. Did take money after that debut at Fairgrounds getting its New York breds.
Stepping up in class, Eastern Star.
Showed good speed, though, and Dave Donk's horses get better with racing.
The 6 is out, and there's the 7, Monetary Monarch.
Yeah, listen, a lot of excuses and a lot to build on from the first start. Like her work tab after it, and adds blinkers, Lasix, but she showed ability on debut. She actually ran despite her trouble.
You can play Exactas at Aqueduct with no takeout. Earn a 0% takeout Exacta bonus today just by playing with Naira Bets. Play the races at Aqueduct and earn a 0% takeout on your Exacta winnings. Just opt in at NairaBets.com. Great promo going on over at Naira Bets. We have a pick 4 kicking off here in race number 2 on the fast main track, and talked about a couple of the big players. Let's go back to the 5, Eastern Star, as she's 9-2. You touched on, did show a lot of speed. She was a big price first time out. She's taking a little attention today, even though she is technically taking a jump up in class.
Yeah, but did not get a bad figure and showed good speed. And Dave Donk's not a trainer that's trying to wind them up to win first time. So the fact that she showed that kind of speed on debut just leads me to believe she's a filly that possesses good speed. Now, arguably this is tougher, but really, if she just improved a little bit, that puts her squarely in the frame with anybody that's run.
Yeah, certainly could be the case. She's getting an exuberant warm-up Eastern Star. For more, let's go back to Maggie.
She was first time out back in the paddock, where she was very laid back and professional. And then as soon as Jose Gomez got a leg up on her, she started bouncing, and he cut her loose from the pony. And I think he's wishing he stayed with him. But definitely one, as that first race, which suggests, is going to show that early speed. And as you guys mentioned, jumping up in class, but she ran just as fast as some of these that were in a maiden special weight did in that debut. So she might be the one playing Catch Me If You Can. Now, I'm all about the 1 and 7 in here. I'm going to land on the 7, but the 1 has to be respected. Scoring Chance. She's moving beautifully out on the racetrack, too. Just her professionalism continues throughout these preliminaries. The one I just cannot warm up to, and I never probably will, is Foxy Cara, who, as we mentioned, has the races to win this, but I am never going to be able to endorse her, Acacia.
Yeah, she's a little bit tricky to do so, Maggie. In start number 10, we'll take a look at Foxy Cara in her last start, Richie. But she's a little bit of a smaller, unassuming type of filly, and she's actually now your favorite at 2-1. And here she is finishing second behind Better Humor Me.
It worked out a really good trip, though, right? She was inside and was able to tip out to the clear, got out of the kickback, ran on. She ran well. You know, everybody has an idea of what horses should look like and the ones that grab your attention, and she's just not that type. But she's honest, she tries, but has had a lot of opportunities. She was about 2.5 to 3 lengths in front of Monetary Monarch. Monetary Monarch making her debut. Now she's gone to favoritism, so we're kind of playing tag with favoritism here. And you would just think there's more of an upside or a step forward from the 7 Monetary Monarch.
A little bit more opportunity to improve for a horse that's just had 1 start, less excuses so far as well. A horse that we didn't talk too much about is the 4 Runchata. She broke slowly on debut, was a little bit quicker last time, but she just was not able to sustain that. We haven't seen her since April. is there any kind of argument you could make for her?
Well, you could. I mean, her first start at the fairgrounds was against Open Company, right? When we say Open Company, she's a New York bred, so she's eligible to run against New York breds. And if you think about foal crops, roughly 20,000 foals born nationally, and probably 1,100 in the state of New York. So it just narrows the gene pool down quite a bit. She did take more money. She showed more speed. She broke better. And then she went to the shelf. So maybe there was an excuse there. Maybe, you know, she came out of it with a little bit of a physical issue, has had time off, comes back here. Yeah, you can make a case for her. I prefer the outside horse, but I definitely can make a case for the 4.
She is still lightly raced, just one start with the Linda Rice barn. That was back in April. We haven't seen her since then. We'll see what she can do off the layoff at 7-1. Favoritism bouncing around. It's now back over to Foxy Cara, pretty wide open board, as you mentioned. But as we talked about, and I think that that's kind of the key point that we're making with a horse like Foxy Cara, she's obviously run races that are fast enough. Just the fact that she's had more chances than horses like the 1 Scoring Chance, who's a first-time starter, and the 7 Monetary Monarch, who is just making her 2nd career start. Sometimes those horses kind of race more and they don't get the job done. That's when you start to be a little bit more concerned.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. Listen, she's a filly that's honest. She shows up. She tries. She's earned $86,000 without finding the winner's circle yet. And it wouldn't surprise me if she won. But when we look at these kind of races for maidens, I'm always trying to identify the one that can take a step forward, that we're not quite sure how much depth is there yet. And the one that checked the box for me in that respect was the 7 Monetary Monarch. The outside draw helps, the race under her belt. Hopefully she breaks a little cleaner. She probably won't have to deal with the kickback. And we have to say, we'd be remiss not to talk about the way the 1 Scoring Chance warmed up. Wow.
Beautiful warm-up from her, as Maggie said, moving nicely over the track. She just really covers the ground well, too.
Really does. Yeah. Just beautiful extension on her stride. Maggie talked about her professionalism in the paddock. That carried over to the way she warmed up on the racetrack.
Jorge Abreu, very effective with first-time starters as well. A filly by Good Magic, who's been off to a very good start as a new stallion, already the sire of a Kentucky Derby winner. And this one a homebred for Old Tavern Farm. If you, when you're in Saratoga next year, you have the opportunity to visit their farm and the breakfast and breeding tours. And they always have a lovely stand at the farmer's market with their beautiful flowers.
That's fantastic. I didn't know about the farmer's market.
Oh, they're
That's
lovely.
Tremendous.
They're so great.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
You know, and I just love when you see homebreds do well, because there's so much thought and care goes into from, deciding which, stallion to send the mare, and then raising the foal and coming up with names and the whole process.
How excited were the connections of Lady Milagro this weekend with their homebred winning?
It was great to see the ladders. They put so much into the game, have so much passion for it, and to see that rewarded and the reaction, that embodies why we all are in love with this game.
It reminds you what this game can do, and just that was a really, really cool and very special moment. Loading in for race number 2, New York bred maiden special weight runners graduation day for one of these fillies. Here's Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Eastern Star. Monetary Monarch. Is it? All set. And they're off. Good speed to the inside there from Scoring Chance, but quickest is going to be Eastern Star towards the outside. It's Eastern Star who's quickly up by a half length, and there's Monetary Monarch who's going to stalk off the pace setter, and just in behind them, that's Scoring Chance. Joining Scoring Chance up alongside is Crystal Air. Also moving forward there is Run Chata out in the center of the racetrack, and the trailer, Foxy Cara, tightly bunched once again here as they work up the backstretch, and Eastern Star is 8-1, went 23.36 for the opening quarter mile, and is unopposed as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. Monetary Monarch is engaged right to the outside here from second. Scoring Chance waiting for room at the rail in third. A little tough to handle there, cornering a touch wide. There was Run Chata, now starts to straighten up, but Foxy Cara is going to beat Run Chata to that spot, and now drops back quickly. There was Run Chata, gets passed by Crystal Air. 46-4 for that half-mile time, and still up front, it's Eastern Star. Eastern Star, scoring chance, looking for a way out. Arad Ortiz Jr. just taking a look to his right. It's still Eastern Star with the lead. Here comes the run from Foxy Karas to the outside of Monetary Monarch. Will Scoring Chance get out of there? Is in the two-path, and here comes Scoring Chance. Scoring Chance is now taking the lead. It's Scoring Chance who's opening up. To the outside there is Foxy Kara, Monetary Monarch, and Eastern Star. Inside the final 16th, Scoring Chance, and guess who? Arad Ortiz Jr. Scoring Chance gets the win. Scoring Chance, then tight there for second. Looked like Monetary Monarch in the photo with an oncoming Foxy Kara. Also down there was Eastern Star in 1 minute 24 and 4.
Scoring Chance with the win as Arad Ortiz sweeps the early double, but she had a bit of an interesting trip here, Richie. He had so much horse underneath of him and just waiting, crying out for some room. She's a big filly to go in between horses.
And for her to travel as well as she did in the bridle, despite being in behind horses, being in close quarters, taking kickback. We identified early on the way she was traveling. He had a lot of horse. The 7-horse Monetary Monarch didn't switch leads again, was trying to lug in a little bit. Irad was able to kind of ease his way out, but did it just the right way. We talk about race riding. That's race riding. When you can edge a horse, not knock them out of the way, edge them out of the way. This was a really nice debut for Scoring Chance.
She wins on debut. A couple of nice debut winners in the early double. Take a look at the head-on of the stretch, and in the green and white behind the gray horses, that's your eventual winner. Scoring Chance, waiting for room and to go in between horses. And again, I say that she's a big filly because sometimes horses can be very uncomfortable going in between like she did, and can be a little bit reticent to kind of go up into those spaces, and she just followed Arad's cues pretty nicely.
Yeah, and that kind of points out the quality she has, because a lot of horses have ability, but they won't have the kind of courage and intelligence that she exhibited here. To be able to sit in the pocket for a filly with big size, look at the way she carries herself, even the way she's galloping back, framed up so nicely, really uses herself efficiently. You know, we see a lot of horses win on debut, Acacia, that go wire to wire, because they're fast. Mm-hmm. This speaks more to quality than just having ability.
Maggie's Scoring Chance, she definitely has some class about her.
Yeah, and she showed it from every point of this, 20 minutes that we've seen from her, from the moment she walked into the paddock to go into the gate to running this race. And it's a lot down to her, but it's also down to her trainer, and Jorge Abreu, who I think he's still on vacation. I can't find him anywhere lately. But anyway, it's just him and his team, the preparation that they do with these horses to get them ready to fire first time out. He just continues to pad his stats with these horses in their debuts, and this looks like a promising New York bred by Good Magic. And Monetary Monarch gutting it out for the second. Again, the only one I could say you don't necessarily want. Foxy Kara, who yet again was outgamed, albeit after having to make that wide move around the turn. Acacia.
Some of the usual suspects behind, but a promising debut from a first-time starter. Scoring Chance 1-7-5-2. Arad Ortiz sweeping the early double 7-2 winner in the first race. We'll recap the rest of the stakes action from yesterday at Aqueduct. As mentioned, there were 4 on the program. We talked already about the Hill Prince. We'll take a little look at what else took place. And that guy, Arad Ortiz, in the winner's circle looks pretty familiar. He took the key sense to talk more about the rest of the stakes after this.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Acacia Kumon, Richard Migliore, and Maggie Wolfendale. Glad to have you with us as we saw Rod Ortiz sweep the early double. Both on first-time starting fillies, both from the rail, and both of them look like they have a promising future.
Yeah, I mean, they both were impressive, and to me, for different reasons, right? Scoring chance, sitting the pocket, being brave enough to put her shoulders and her head in there to make a little bit more room for herself. Another terrific ride from Irad Ortiz. And I like when riders ease horses out to make a little room for themselves. That's the art. That's the beauty of race riding, not shoving horses out of the way. But this was an impressive debut for that. And the filly in the first race, Leslie's Rose, just raw ability. I mean, you could see that from her. But two nice performances to start today. And Irad with sweeping the early double and has plenty of time to add to those totals.
Yeah, it could be another 5-win day. $9 winner scoring chance. First-time starter getting the win in the first race for Jorge Abreu. Race number 3 will be on the main track as well for sub allowance race for 3-year-olds and Upward and Ben Duke to the outside. The heavy favorite. We haven't seen this horse run since March, but that was in the Dubai World Cup. A little bit of class relief here.
Just a bit. How many times do you see a horse dropping out of the Dubai World Cup into an allowance race, an A other than?
Yep, as we'll see what this one can do coming in from the UAE and making his first start with Bill Mott. Recapping a little bit more of what took place yesterday, though, in the notebook, Works for Me broke his maiden nicely on the main track, ran well on the turf last time, but ended up getting the victory when it counted.
Yeah, listen, I thought he really ran extremely well, showing a little bit of a different dimension in my estimation, kind of sitting quietly, waiting on Irad to ask him for his best. Detective Tom was not going away, the runner-up under Trevor McCarthy. A game performance by him. He did not want to be passed, but Works for Me. Off the turf, back on the dirt, gets it done. Nice effort.
And that was one of Irad Ortiz's stakes, when I misspoke earlier. Won the notebook for trainer Joe Lee, as this one had, as we said, run well on both surfaces. A colt by Daddy Longlegs out of a sold-out mare, not necessarily a cross you'll ordinarily see.
No, I mean, not a pedigree that jumps off the page at you, but, you know, horses create their own pedigree as well. And this is a really honest, hard-working, you know, kind of horse. I just love the way he shows up. He puts his head down and he tries. I call them lunch pail horses, and I don't mean that in any disrespect. I mean it in the most positive way, that they show up and they work hard.
Works for Me getting the victory. Irad Ortiz in the saddle. The key sense a little bit later on the card ended up going to a Jeremiah Englehart runner in Tricky Temper. Irad Ortiz was aboard this one as well, as this filly won first time out in an off the turf race, and she had a pedigree and a physicality to suggest that she could handle the turf. It was to no avail the Chelsea Flower. She goes back to the dirt, and turns out this is what she wants.
Yeah, and she set a beautiful trip, right? She set up shop just off of Kara's time and went and reeled her in, and it just felt like, you know, pretty much all year, but especially yesterday with the 5 wins, Irad was delivering his horses at the right moment. They were getting to the last 70 yards, getting their head down in front, but just a real nice effort here. Tricky Temper for Jeremiah Englehart, and homebred, right, for Mark Stanley?
Yes, that's correct. Tricky Temper. Homebred? No, excuse me. No, he purchased this one as a 2-year-old.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, purchased at $230,000 at the OBS April sale. That one was bred by Sequel. And Tricky Temper getting the victory. Jeremiah Englehart's other horse, who was a homebred for Flower City Racing, Unicorn Cake, ran pretty well in that race as well. The Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship, which was race 9 on the card, went to a horse that we know well and is very, very quick and very talented. Nothing better. He's now 9 for 25 in his career, and this is a horse that likes to go quick and likes to win races, Richie.
Sometimes horses are better going a little faster than being held up. They won't find more. And nothing better. Just Dylan Davis allowed this horse to run on, and he just kept finding. And for a time of year when we're expecting our turf courses to be a bit on the slower side, we're not seeing that here at Aqueduct. 107-1. Nice effort from your runner-up. Boats are rocking at 44-1 under Trevor McCarthy, but nothing better was best.
Nothing better than winning, and that's exactly what he did. Dylan Davis in the saddle for Jorge Duarte, son of Munnings, who's been ultra consistent. And yeah, there you see Boats are rocking, trying to come running at him, but sometimes when Nothing Better gets comfortable on the lead, there's no catching him.
Well, what do we like to say? It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. And he was going fast the right way. It didn't look like he was having to dig in and work for it. And I always get a kick out of seeing Jorge Duarte have success as a trainer, because he was a good young rider. He was actually an apprentice here in New York. I competed with him, and a nice relationship he has with Colts Neck Stable. He retired from riding, went to work for Al Goldberg as his assistant, and now has ascended to the head trainer with the retirement of Al Goldberg a few years ago.
And doing very, very well with the Colts Neck horses, too. Nothing Better picking up another stakes victory yesterday in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. That's what took place yesterday. There's still some stakes action coming today. But up next, there's Ben Doog, who we saw in a Grade 1 in the Dubai World Cup last time out, finishing 6th behind Ushba Tesoro. We'll see what he can do in an allowance race, making his first start stateside for Belmont. More on him after this.
What's better than one fill? 2 fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragazins.
And the son of hard spun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills, this year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's our last opportunity to use the pumpkins. We have to make the best use of them. Our program brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. After all the work Richie put into carving those, we have to show them as often as possible.
Well, they're going to start to rot now and fall in. But it was fun, carving them. It's one of my talents.
You have many talents. There is Ben Duke in the paddock, 3-5 right now as we head down to Maggie. Maggie, he is getting just a little bit of class relief.
I would say so. After running incredibly in that Dubai World Cup, and Acacia, as I'm looking at him on my monitor, and he's right over my shoulder, I'm kind of smitten. He's a handsome dude. Woo. Yeah, I really like him. Yes, the layoff is a little bit of a question mark, but the one-turn mile makes sense to me. Looking at him, given his running style, he is a horse that has shown the ability to be in the bridle after going fast fractions. He looks resplendent in his coat. This is a quality animal that we are seeing here. So I'm not trying to fight him at a short price, but another horse that is coming back off of a layoff that certainly does have some early speed too is number 5, Daddy Knows. He also has the propensity to get out quite significantly, but Katie Davis gets along with him well because Katie doesn't fight him. She just puts her hands down, knows it's going to happen. She works a lot with many of racehorses in the morning, particularly him, certainly one that she is a fan of. And a horse that I've followed, being a New York bred, being that he's 7, that I know pretty well, and sometimes he can be a little bit light, sometimes he can be a little bit nervous. That's not the case whatsoever today. And on top of that, he looks fit and strong enough to come back with an A effort here. But Acacia, like I said, Ben Duke, wowzers.
Uh-oh, Maggie's got a horse crush.
When she does have a crush on a horse, they usually turn out to be pretty darn good, right?
Jockey's Warrior, good example. No, it is easy sometimes to fall in love with horses, especially when you see them looking their best and strutting their stuff out there. But there is Daddy Knows, and Maggie was talking about some of the quirks that this horse has that we know well. And Katie Davis does seem to be a rider that gets along well with some of the quirky horses. And it's sometimes I find, too, that female riders have kind of softer hands and quieter. And I feel like sometimes some of the really kind of difficult horses to ride respond really well to that kind of gentler touch.
I agree wholeheartedly because they're not trying to pick a fight with the horse. And ultimately, you're talking about a 1,000-pound animal with a 110, 115-pound rider. If it becomes a tug of war or comes to strength, horse is going to out-strengthen you, right? Yeah. So the fact that she kind of gets along instead of getting into a fight, and it's something that a lot of male riders, myself included, struggled with at different times in my career where I had to learn to get lighter and kind of pick my spots when I had to be a little bit more aggressive or when I had to lighten up and give a horse a little bit more. And Daddy Knows is drawn to the outside. I mean, he has your favorite Ben Duke to his outside, but he's a horse that's better when he has empty space and he's not inhibited by horses around him, and I think he projects to get that trip today. And he's coming off a layoff too, but he's been in very good form, particularly with the addition of Katie Davis.
Has won 3 out of his last 4 races. We'll see if he can be ready to roll off the break. There is your favorite, though, the Classic, the horses that he's faced. I mean, grade 1 place, 2 starts back in the Al Maktoum Challenge as well, finishing second behind Salute the Soldier, ran second behind Algiers as well. I mean, he's just faced so much better horses than what he's going to run against.
Yeah, he's faced internationally world-class kind of horses, and he has not been embarrassed in any of those efforts. And he's already a grade 1 placed horse, dropping into this A other than, and he's earned over $500,000. I mean, so listen, there's obviously a lot to like. And how about the year Bill Mott's put together? Just an incredible, just one top horse after another. Incredible Breeders' Cup he put together. Youngest trainer ever inducted in the Hall of Fame.
And he continues to pad those stats, saying that this year was about quality, not quantity, and can certainly say the quality is there. Of course, Cody's Wish, just a beautiful story and rounding out his career before he goes off to the breeding shed, culminating in that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, probably one of the most popular Breeders' Cup wins for the barn this weekend, or that weekend, I should say. Horses stepping out onto the track for the post parade. We'll start things off with Just Call Ray.
Yeah, coming off a nice effort last time in the same condition, feels like he's going to have to step it up a little bit more.
Number 2, Aggregation, got a nice win last time.
Yeah, real nice win last time, stretching to the mile. You get Chad Brown, Manny Franco, a lot to like there.
Another Ray Handle runner. Here's From Another Mother.
Yeah, another one that in good form, Dylan Davis for Blue Lion Thoroughbreds, and he's going to be very forward here. It's interesting, Daddy Knows, who's now on their track with Katie Davis, also has speed. They're from the same barn, different ownership, but they don't want to get in each other's way.
See how it plays out, and there is the number 6, Ben Duke, first start here, stateside.
Yeah, horse that's just dropping in class considerably. Son of Gun Runner, checks the boxes, looks good, well posted.
4 to 5 on that classy Son of Gunrunner to the outside. There is the number 2, Aggregation, who we haven't touched on yet, but he does have some early speed as well, which could make things a little interesting as far as how we know Daddy Knows likes to run.
Yes, yeah. I mean, he's going to be forward too. Now, he is dropping out of a restricted, a state-bred allowance race, which means he still has that condition in an open allowance race. This is tougher, but he has races good enough to make him tough here. And it'll all depend off the break where he sets up shop. I think he'll be very forward here.
A big warm-up from Manny Franco, was able to dig in and hold on, getting the win at a mile. Last time out showed that he could handle the distance as he had tried the 7 furlongs prior to that. Was beaten by Daddy Knows back in May, but Daddy Knows kind of has the layoff to contend with, whereas this horse has the recency.
Yeah, exactly. And it's always difficult for a horse to come back, particularly at a distance like a mile. You know, it's around one turn. The race kind of heats up through the middle stages of the race as opposed to a 2-turn race where they jump out, they run to the turn, and then everything kind of moderates. In one-turn races, you've got a half a mile straightaway. They tend to pick it up as they go.
Warming up on the track for race 3. Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, taking a look at Aggregation, who looks great. I really can't fault this horse whatsoever. When looking at him, if anything, he continues to fill out and strengthen as he's now kind of third off of that layoff. The blinkers really kind of turned things around for him when he added those shortcut cheater blinkers. But also, in retrospect, it feels like last time was the time. He's facing better horses here today, and as he steps oh my gosh, Ben Duke, stop it. I'm looking at him on the in-track monitor here. But Aggregation, he is one I feel like you wanted last time because he was in a field where there wasn't any other speed and he was able just to dictate things on the front end. Now he's well posted towards the inside. Like I said, I have no problems with him at all. It's just I just feel like this is a different scenario with other pace horses present today. As number 3, From Another Mother, I thought could get the right setup. And it feels like he's a horse that has really improved things since coming back off of that kind of 2.5-month layoff for Ray Handle. I liked his last effort. He did set a good trip inside that day. He had to wait for room, and Set Sail just kind of motored around the outside there that day and probably was best. But I thought an improved effort from him, and now he's third off. He looks great. He's very laid back. I wish there was a little bit more energy with him. But at the end of the day, I'm going to sound like such a weird horse girl in saying this, Acacia, but every time I look at Ben Duke, I get goosebumps. This is one of the best looking horses I've seen as of late, if ever, Acacia.
Okay, Maggie, but more than Jackie's Warrior?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he moves better. He moves better than Jockey.
And we all know how Maggie feels about Jackie's Warrior.
Man, I wonder how Jackie's Warrior feels about this.
He's probably very hurt right now. But that is a big vote of confidence, and he's 2 to 5 right now. And you know, sometimes we're the horse people of the show, and when you see a horse that you just kind of start drooling over. I mean, there's certain ones that kind of stick out in memory. They don't even necessarily need to be graded stakes horses. Maybe it's a good 2-year-old race or a good allowance or something like that. And you're just like, wow, this horse is just so beautiful. And the way that they're put together, like you said, everybody has their kind of typical idea. And I think the three of us have a very similar idea of what a thoroughbred should look like. And you kind of find your little horse crushes.
Well, again, we love horses.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that was the attraction. Before racing, before anything else, it was the love of horses. Maggie is very good at identifying how horses look physically, how they're doing, conformation. So for her to have this kind of high praise, it goes past just having a horse crush. There's obviously a balance and a look to him that really stands out. And I love to hear it. I constantly have crushes on horses. I'm constantly falling in love with them.
Me too. It's I try not to get too attached. You try to be unbiased. You try, but it's very difficult.
I've given up on that. For all the no, don't get attached. No, I get attached. I stay attached. It's just a part of my makeup. And listen, I've stated it publicly ad nauseum. Everything good in my life stems from horses. So I just owe them a debt of gratitude I can never repay.
Couldn't agree more. Agree completely. 2-5 right now on your favorite. Daddy Knows 6-1. You're going to take a little shot against the favorite, though, Richie, with this guy.
I am. Listen, I'm a Daddy Knows fan. I know he's difficult, and I like when I see a rider get on with a horse that's difficult to ride and get the most out of them. I think he's well posted. He's going to be forward. I think that the 6 Benduke will be very tough to beat, but I had to take a little bit of a shot against him with Daddy Knows. And full disclosure, he's one of my favorite horses.
6-1 on Daddy Knows. That the favorite Benduke, though, first start since that Dubai World Cup. Chris Griffin standing by with the call for race 3.
Daddy Knows and Benduke. Benduke goes in. All set. And they're off. Daddy Knows broke on top. Aggregation's got early speed. From Another Mother is going to be in the early mix. Down at the rail, that's Just Call Ray. The big favorite is going to be the trailer. It's Benduke, who's at the back of the field. They get set to come out of the chute, and way out there on the center of the racetrack, that's Daddy Knows. And Aggregation's going to be closer to the rail as they come out of the chute now, and Aggregation now puts a nose in front. Daddy Knows is right there. A strong hold here from Katie Davis out in the center of the racetrack and progressing. Here comes Just Call Ray. That's the gray to the inside of From Another Mother. And Benduke starts to collect himself out in the center of the racetrack. He's the trailer, but he's starting to inch closer now, within 2 of the lead, and Aggregation has got the lead. It's Aggregation up top, 23.57 for the opening quarter mile. Daddy Knows is stalking this pace setter as they've got less than a half mile to go, and they start to turn up the pressure up front. 46-3 was that half mile time. Aggregation and Daddy Knows. Benduke is now fully extended here, is starting to move in closer, has got a wide run. Here comes the favorite at 1-2, has got a tough journey right now at 4 wide as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Under a full drive, that's Just Call Ray and the trailer From Another Mother. Aggregation now hugs the rail, and Aggregation kicks for home. Benduke is starting to straighten up, is lugging in here. It's Benduke chasing Aggregation, and that could have cost him as Aggregation is opening up here in the late stages. Aggregation now sprinting clear, 3-4 lengths in front. Benduke, Just Call Ray, Daddy Knows right there inside the final 16th. It is going to be all Aggregation to get the score. Aggregation gets the victory. Just Call Ray. Benduke looked to held third over Daddy Knows in 1 minute 35.44 seconds.
Aggregation, much the best winner here. A horse that was able to control things on the front end. But Richie, we talked about Daddy Knows and his quirks. Benduke has quite a few quirks of his own.
Well, as much as Daddy Knows wants to get out, Benduke was trying to lug in. You saw right there, Junior Alvarado pulled his riding crop over to his left hand down the backstretch. And look at his body language. Acacia, he's sideways. He's got a hold of the right rein, trying to keep him straight. And he's basically dropping his inside left rein because this horse is trying to lug in so bad. You can even say his head's turned out to the outside a little bit. This horse was giving Junior Alvarado fits. He was
look at the body language on the 5 with Katie and the body language with Junior on the 6. The opposite kind of move.
Exactly the opposite. You've got the horse inside that wants to get out, the horse outside that wants to get in. And Listen, Junior Alvarado's a very strong rider physically, and this horse gave him absolute fits. Now, you'll get some people that'll go, oh, look, he's got a hold of him. He wasn't trying. He was doing his best not to let this horse run over the inside horses and knock them into the rail. And it's a rider's responsibility to take care of the horses and riders inside of him, not take their path. But even here, he could never really fully ride this horse on his own merits. He was having to correct him every step of the way. And in stark contrast, Aggregation got to the front, ears up, nice loose rein. He couldn't have been happier, more comfortable. He drew away as much the best of the Manny Franco. Jess Ray, a nice effort to be second at a big price. And Trevor McCarthy hitting the board with a lot of big prices over the past few days.
Ben Duke took the blinkers off today in his first start for Belmont. We'll see what kind of equipment changes he may have next time when he comes back. But Aggregation, we talked about him having the recency, coming off of that win, adding blinkers on, and now he makes it 2 victories in a row for a horse that seemed to kind of take a little bit of time to get going when coming back this year.
Yeah, but he's really put it all together now. Another big effort from him. And Chad Brown right on top of 200 wins on the year now, winning it better than 23%. That's a really strong statistic, and particularly the quality of horses that he trains as well. But nice effort from Aggregation. He looked like the easiest horse in the field to ride compared to Ben Duke and Daddy Knows. But I think you'd see those blinkers back on Ben Duke after that effort.
I would think we might. Manny Franco, though, he knows his way to the winner's circle, particularly with the Chad Brown horse. He will get his picture taken after race 3. Coming up, a true racetrack family. We talked about how well Katie Davis does in handling some quirky horses. Well, it's in her blood. Her siblings, her father, all big pieces at the racetrack. We'll learn a little bit more about the Riding Davises after this.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Race. This glorious fall Sunday afternoon here at the Big A, and we are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Aggregation goes back-to-back with the blinkers on with Manny Franco aboard for Chad Brown as Manny joins me here now. And this guy, Manny, well, as we were discussing, most easiest horse to ride, as the other ones were giving their jocks a lot of trouble. But you just did the same thing as last time, went straight to the lead, and he seems like he's so happy and comfortable out there.
Yeah, I think like you say, the blinker helping a lot. He's more focused. He breaks sharp. He's been breaking sharp. I don't get on his way because he's a huge horse. He had a nice stride, and he took me right there to the lead. I know the other horse, Daddy Knows, he got speed. But at the same time, I think my horse is faster than him, so I just went with the plan A and worked out.
It did. I want to talk to you about another Chad Brown horse you'll be aboard, who I think is really interesting, coming up a little bit later in the first stakes race, the Central Park, that we'll see in Wally World. He broke through last time, broke through in a nice way. Is this a horse that you think will keep getting better?
I think so. They like him since the first time at Saratoga. Before he run, they was high on him. Yeah. He don't show up, but the second time here, he proved that he got the ability, and I think he's that kind of horse that will keep improving by races.
And it seemed like he learned so much staying closer to the pace last time. Also, Faith and Humanity. You've been on her before, coming up in the Forever Together. Did you watch her last race? And if you did you think she was getting out a bit?
Yeah, she does a little bit. She does that a little bit because I rode her twice, and she kind of leaned out a little bit, but I know I spoke to Shad, and he said he don't know what happened that day because when she come back to the barn, she was good. So let's hope for the best today, and hopefully we got a good trip and try to get it done.
Hopefully gate to wire, much like you did with this one. Manny, good luck with them. Congrats here.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, a formidable duo. That's Chad Brown and Manny Franco getting their first winner of the day. We could see more to come. Ageisha.
Yeah, they'll look to sweep the stakes a little later, Maggie. Thank you. Aggregation with the win. And as Maggie said, trying to go potentially wire to wire with Faith and Humanity later in the Forever Together. She's another one that's not the easiest to ride.
No, she's not. But Manny has experience with her. He knows that she tries to get out. And Manny is physically very strong rider. Every rider has certain strengths, certain weaknesses. Your better riders have less weaknesses and more strengths. One of Manny's many strengths is his physical strength and his ability to get horses to cooperate and do what he wants. I don't think Faith and Humanity trying to get out last time had anything to do with the poor effort. She just didn't show up. And the race really all predicates on what the 8 Regal Realm does, because you have speeds drawn next to each other. And even if they want to, rate Regal Realm, sometimes they kind of incite each other and make each other get a little keen.
We'll see what happens in the Forever Together a little bit later on. Prices for this race, though. Aggregation, $10.40 winner. Ben Duke, your heavy favorite, after being very difficult to ride throughout the running of the race for Junior Alvarado, will have to settle for third. Maiden Special Weight coming up next. On the turf, going 1 16 for 3-year-olds and upward. Trainer Robbie Davis will send out the number 8, Muggsy Fury, will be ridden by his daughter, Katie Davis. And as it is for so many racing families, pretty much everybody starts to get involved in the business. That's exactly what happened with the Davises, and it was only a matter of time when the Davis children would follow in their father's footsteps.
Happy. Take care of this old man. You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married. And we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jockey that rides here at Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice, because knowing that Dad rode, and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about me being racing.
Jackie, you're 99 to 1. You'll never make it, you're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, it's just a whim she's on. She'll fall off once or twice. So he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He's like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
there was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know? I'm just like, get across there and say, the winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I look over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we want to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know, I'm grateful.
I love that piece so much on the Davis family. And Katie, of course, married to Trevor McCarthy, also a jockey. And there was a really cool moment in Saratoga this summer, Richie, when the three Davis siblings, along with Trevor, rounded out the superfecta, Katie winning. But that was a really, really cool moment that they made history yet again.
It was remarkable for, you know, all in the family, right, to round out that superfecta. Now, we've had amazing brother jockey combinations over the years. Sam and Eddie Maple, Greg and Chris McCarron, the Turcottes. You know, I'm going to leave people out, so I apologize. But to see what Irad and Jose are doing now, and now this family, and you know what, they're horse people. It's not just about the riding. It goes deeper than that, and that's instilled by Robbie and Marguerite, their mom as well. And listen, me and Robbie did not always get along very well when we rode together, but we always had so much respect for each other, and we're so much better friends now. And I honestly don't know how he deals with it. It would be very difficult. This is a wonderful game. It's great if you can ride, but watching your kids out there would be a whole different thing that I don't know if I could handle as well as Robbie.
He said, I don't know who to root for. There he is, dressed for the elements today. And there was another cool moment with Vallelujah a couple years ago at Saratoga, trained by Robbie, ridden by Jockey. Had to be one of the most excited winner's circles I've ever seen.
What I love, too, is Robbie was specific to Jackie that day with Vallelujah. Come outside. I don't want you down on the inside. She came through on the rail and won the race. So Daddy knows best. Not always.
Not always. This time, Katie will be aboard that horse right there. Muggsy Fury, trained by Robbie. All in the family yet again. We'll talk a little bit more about his chances and the rest of this race 4 field when we come back.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
His name is Cyberknife!
Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we get ready for this upcoming 4th race on the turf, going 1 1/16, the first turf race of the day. It's a New York bred maiden special weight, and right now, Better Lucky Than Good, currently the favorite, and I'm sure many a horse player has said that phrase before.
Yeah, better to be lucky than good, that's for sure. But he's drawn just outside. He's a lucky guy, so you might be looking at a lucky exacta. But it's a good-looking son of looking at lucky from what I can ascertain on the television set here.
2-1 right now. For more on him, let's head down, get a paddock report from Maggie.
I actually just heard via Chris Griffin over the PA system here that number 3, he's a lucky guy, will be a late scratch. I'm not sure why. I will try to find out, but he will not be running here today, as we'll check in with the horse who was meant to be outside of him and your current favorite, Better Lucky Than Good. Boy, I'm glad horses can't feel pressure as the board. Oh, okay. I see what's wrong with he's a lucky guy. As Better Lucky Than Good, as he's favored on the board, he's also got a lot of owners here to watch him run. But it's a good thing because as he's second off the layoff, and I thought ran well in his first start on the turf, he looks better than ever, and he looks by far the best in this group. So I like what I'm seeing from Better Lucky Than Good. I just don't love the price, but he certainly ran well enough with a decent trip, mind you, in that turf debut back in October. Now, Todd Pletcher will send out 2 second-time starters in here. Number 5, Kentucky 31, will stretch out in distance. And, yeah, could be speed here. He broke well that day. He just wasn't quick enough to keep pace in here. As he's one I didn't see first time out, but he does suggest that he'll be okay going this distance because first of all and most of all, he's incredibly laid back. So he has that kind of laid back demeanor, and the way he ran kind of tells me that he'll be okay with more ground. But I would prefer, based on appearances here from the overall standpoint, his stablemate Domination for Todd Pletcher as well. He just looked like a horse that needed to start. He was very heavy. He was that odd Pletcher horse that really just didn't look fit first time out, and he was kind of clueless, right? Clueless during the running of the race, and showed that he could close a little bit in here. He is more fit. Is he fit enough? I'm not sure. Still, it looks as though he's 90% there, but just makes a lovely impression here in the paddock. Acacia, it looks like the board has at least pegged the best 2 looking horses as well in this field.
We'll see if they run to their odds. Maggie, thank you. There is Domination coming out of that same race as Better Lucky Than Good, as well as Slap in the Face, as they will all rematch. Again, as Maggie mentioned, late scratch of the number 3. He's a lucky guy, so will not be participating today. But as far as that October 27th race is considered, you will have, as touched on, 3 horses coming out of there, and they all do look to be logical players in here.
Yeah, they do. They look like the ones I'm most serious about.
Here's Tony O stepping up after trying maiden 40 last out.
Yeah, dropped to maiden 40 after being well beaten at that same race we were talking about with Better Lucky Than Good and Slap in the Face.
Charming Jim definitely improved getting on grass.
Really did. Was slow early after not breaking particularly well and getting bounced around, but he finished with interest.
3 is out, a late scratch again for He's a Lucky Guy. Here's Better Lucky Than Good.
I'm really taken with the way this guy looks physically, and he comes off a really nice effort.
And we played the feature. There's Dylan Davis aboard once again. He rode this horse last time. Number 5, Kentucky 31 stretches out.
Yeah, good comments from Maggie, and then on the stretch out, ran kind of evenly, I thought, sprinting.
Slap in the Face, close behind Better Lucky Than Good.
Yeah, not a lot to separate them, and he was 6-1 a minute ago. Now he's 4-1, so they're getting closer in price.
He was the favorite last time out. Here's Dolly's Bank, a big price.
Yeah, big price, but I thought the last race wasn't bad either, only beating 3 lengths out of the same race.
Said not fit first time out. We'll see what he took from that debut. Here's the number 9, Domination.
Yeah, ran well. Came with a run after breaking slowly out of that common race with Better Lucky Than Good.
Kid Creasa had a bad break last time out.
Yeah, basically just was eased after stumbling at the break, but should be a part of the pace and ran okay on turf 2 back.
This name resonates with me, Impulsive Spending.
Well, I'm not going to dig deep into that one.
A-lister to the outside.
A-lister just feels like this horse would have to find a race we haven't seen yet from him.
And out last in the post parade. Robbie Davis and Katie Davis with Muggsy Fury.
Yeah, and who's shown good speed and probably will be forward again, and actually has taken incrementally little steps forward in pretty much every start.
We have 3 coming out of that October 27th race, including your current favorite, Better Lucky Than Good. He was off of a layoff, and it was his first turf start. And he did finish second that day. Got a good trip, as Maggie mentioned. Slap in the Face was the one who maybe was up against it a little bit more, being a bit wider in there. But certainly all 3 horses coming out of there are players in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, he worked out a good trip because he saved ground. He had to kind of come out of that spot a bit abruptly there and, losing a little bit of momentum as he was kind of angled out and up over heels by Dylan Davis. But once he got a clear path, he dropped his head and really, really finished well here. And maybe if he gets out of that spot a little smoother, might have even gotten there.
Might have been able to run down the winner, Fake Celebrity, but Better Lucky Than Good. Dylan Davis going to be aboard in competition with his sister, Katie. For more, though, on the rest of this field, let's go back to Maggie.
Okay, I do want to circle back because I had that guttural reaction to looking at He's a Lucky Guy, because I just wanted to clarify what had happened. It was an incident in the holding barn in which he suffered a contusion to the point of his nose, and it was kind of bubbled up on the surface and bleeding quite a bit. So that's just an automatic scratch. Luckily, not out of his nostrils, just from where the impact was on his nose. So obviously he won't play today, and hoping a speedy recovery for him. His poor nose. But number 6, Slap in the Face, ran well last time. He was 2 to 3 wide throughout, and kind of was under a ride by the top of the stretch, but kept responding here for Tony Dutrow. And I think he's emerged out of that race, a horse that doesn't necessarily run that frequently, actually stronger. I thought he looked kind of feeble last time out. Wish he was carrying more conditioning, and his weight's a lot better this time around. He is a little bit of a one-pace type, so Manny knows him well, and I'm hoping that he can get some forward position with this guy, and one that I'm sure is going to try to be speedy again is one that literally fell on his face, and that's number 10 in here, Kid Creasa. Last time out, he tried to go about 3 strides on his knees, and rightfully so. Trevor McCarthy just kind of wrapped up on him because he wasn't going to be able to run his race then. I wish he looked better because he was kind of an intriguing long shot from my perspective, because I thought you could just draw a line from that through that last race, and it really only has the 1 turf start where figures-wise it could have been faster to be competitive here, but I just thought one you wanted to kind of look at, and hopefully we'll see him flaunt some of that early speedy show. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Kid Creasa, he's a massive price right now, Richie, and yes, it was not the strongest maiden special weight field that he faced 2 back, but he's legitimately only had a chance in 1 turf start when he ran the best that he has of any of his 4 races so far.
Yeah, and I think what happens, though, people just kind of glance quickly and they see basically Ease last time beating nearly 60 lengths, but that's why it's important to dig deeper, look further. It says stumbled badly start. That doesn't even do it justice. Yeah. It's amazing that Trevor McCarthy even stayed on him at all, and that's why it's so important to watch replays. So, yeah, he is definitely way too big a price here in that spot. I went with your favorite, the 4, Better Lucky Than Good. I loved his last race. I thought if he had been able to extricate himself from that traffic just a little bit smoother, it might have made a difference. And full disclosure, we were talking about family affairs, Robbie Davis. Better Lucky Than Good is a Joseph Migliore bloodstock purchase. My son, I have to support, right? I have to root for the home team.
Well, best of luck. 2 to 1 on Better Lucky Than Good as he makes his second start off the layoff. 2 to 1 right now. Favoritism going back and forth between him and the number 9, Domination. Pick 6 kicking off here. Good luck if you're playing. Chris Griffin has the call. Race 4 at Aqueduct.
Last to load is A-Lister to the outside. Here's A-Lister. goes in. All set. And they're off. Kentucky 31 has early speed. There's Charming Jim to the inside. It's going to be Kentucky 31 and Charming Jim, and they move quickly towards that first turn. Kid Crease is going to settle just off of them, is now going to secure the second spot and stalk the pace setter as they work into that turn now. There's Dolly's Bank, who's now in the 2-path, is in 4th. Just behind that comes A-Lister, who's looking for a spot to tuck in. Nowhere to go right now, 3 wide in that group. Down at the rail, that slap in the face with Manny Franco, and moving forward, here comes Impulsive Spending. Towards the back end, we've got Tony O, and Muggsy Fury is under a tight hold of the Pink Silks as they start to bunch up here as they slacken the pace on the front end. Second to last, Better Lucky Than Good. And the early trailer, Domination. 24-1, that opening quarter mile. Kentucky 31 has slowed it down. It's Kentucky 31 who's a nose in front. Right up alongside. Here comes the run from Kid Creasa. Wants to go. Is under a tight hold here. Is challenging this leader. They're head and head with less than a half mile to go now. 49 seconds flat for that half mile time. Just in behind them. Slap in the face. Has found some clear running room. Is now in 3rd. It's to the inside of A-Lister, who's driven along 4th. At the rail progressing in behind them, that's Tony O, who's making up some ground. Dolly's Bank is going to be out in the center of the course. Also trying to run on his Charming Jim. Here comes Muggsy Fury from the back and Impulsive Spending. They reach the top of the lane. Kentucky 31 is still there and not stopping. It's Kentucky 31 who now finds more, is up by 2, but Slap in the Face is in full pursuit now. And here comes Slap in the Face to the outside of Kentucky 31. Kentucky 31, but Slap in the Face is now run on by. It's Slap in the Face inside the final 16th. Slap in the Face is opening up late. Slap in the Face is your winner. Kentucky 31, that was a late run here from Better Lucky Than Good. Flying on there late to be 3rd. Then came another photo that was Domination with Impulsive Spending in 1 minute 42.44 seconds.
Slap in the Face gets the right kind of trip today and gets the win. Manny Franco picking up another one. So it's been Irad-Ortiz with the first 2 races, Manny with the second 2 races.
This is a great race to watch and understand when we talk about how important position is. Slap in the Face was able, he wasn't part of the pace, but he was able to get position, and he saved ground, and he wasn't left with too much to do. And listen, he was probably best the way he powered away the last 16th of a mile, but the trip he got compared to the 3rd place finisher is glaring. And, you know, the 3rd place finisher, the 4 Better Lucky Than Good, completely out of the race, out of position, out the back, finished with good courage, but just left too much to do on a slow pace. A nice try from the 5, Kentucky 31. You know, this is a horse that was able to set slow fractions and get comfortable on the lead. Position and pace makes races. And you can't expect the horse to make up 10, 12, 15 lengths when the rest of the race is accelerating at the same time you're trying to close ground into it.
And you saw even Better Lucky Than Good as he was last, getting a little bit keen because the pace was so slow. And you even heard Chris Griffin saying flying late, but he just did not have the opportunity at that point to make up ground. And it is a good lesson in watching replays of, like you said, finding the right kind of trip, especially in turf racing, makes such a big difference.
It's just so important. And position wins races. You know, I believed in position as a rider. I believe in it now watching races. And you can't go to the first turn that far back on a slow pace and expect that you're going to be able to make up that kind of ground.
Slap in the Face, who certainly had good credentials coming in today, though, just behind Better Lucky Than Good last time out. He gets the win today, getting the right kind of trip. Manny Franco, a riding double.
Manny Franco riding extremely well, over 220 wins now on the year, and he will be New York's leading rider again.
Is that 3rd year in a row?
3rd year in a row.
Slap in the Face, 7-2, 6-5, 4-9. Logical Horses rounding out the Superfecta in race 4. All about the trip, and Slap in the Face got the right one. Prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malafact. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic, a huge performance
All the way out 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curling, the classic sire.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues. Cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anytime, anywhere. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Slap in the Face by Oscar Performance. Love the creative names.
Oh, that's a really good one. I never put that together.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Trained by Tony Dutrow gets the right kind of trip today. Maggie standing by with the winning trainer.
Great podcast on Will Smith. I just listened to about that infamous incident, slap in the face. Is that what's
Oscar Performance, slap in the face?
It's brilliant. Did Niall come up with that?
His wife, Steffi, yeah.
We'll talk a little bit about this guy. I just thought an excellent ride by Manny Franco, who knows him well.
Yeah, he's the only one that's ever been on him. And he's been knocking at the door. He's been trying. He's a hard charger. And today was his day, but yeah, Manny, as so many Manny rides, just fantastic.
Yeah, it's so true. And Tony, we'll see you going south. I was eavesdropping on Kim, your wife, a little bit here.
With Todd down there at the famous Palm Beach Downs, so looking forward to that. Yeah.
Well, talk a little bit about what kind of, do you go to Tampa? Do you run your horse at Tampa more? Do you run at Gulfstream more?
I went to Tampa last year, and it's a great place for the horses. The horses did super there. It's a very good racetrack, good turf course. They didn't want me back this year. I didn't run enough horses. So Todd was able to fix me up down there, and, you know, how can I go wrong?
So true. Well, wishing you the best of luck down there. We'll miss you here during the winter in New York, but we'll look forward to seeing you back in the spring.
Hon. Happy Thanksgiving.
Love me some Tony Dutrow. Go way back with him, Acacia. But truly just a family affair with him and his wife, Kim, and his sons. Getting the win here with slap in the face. And I do highly recommend, even The Rich. It's a podcast, and they did one on Will Smith, which I thought was excellent.
Well, I know what I'm doing on my flight tonight. Maggie, thank you. Slap in the face. I love the very clever name. But looking forward to seeing Tony down in Florida. I guess I'll be stalking him there over at Palm Beach Downs as well, where Todd Fletcher, George Weaver are based as well. And certainly you've seen him with a lot more turf horses, too. Being in Florida and kind of getting them started there has served to be a good model for Tony in the barn.
And Tony's just a terrific horseman. I've known Tony since he was assistant to his dad, Dick Dutrow Sr. They came from Maryland. I'd go to the barn early here at Aqueduct, and he'd be there in the morning checking legs, taking temperatures, always very serious about his craft. And I had the pleasure of riding Tony's very first stakes winner as a trainer. We won the priorist with a filly named Fiery Challenge. He's paid a huge price, so like over $100, but always a terrific horseman.
That's a great story. We have our first of two stakes of the program coming up next. It is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire into Mischief. As taking a look at the field now for this upcoming Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Big field for the 2-year-olds, going a mile on the inner turf in the Central Park. And right now it's Wally World, who is actually the favorite off of a 6-1 morning line. He took a big step forward in his second start. Richie, with Wally World breaking his maiden last time out.
Yeah, and he did take a big step. And, Manny Franco talked about it earlier with the interview with Maggie, how, they expected good things from him first time out. He was beaten by Agate Road. He also had trouble in that race. Now,
Very
maybe
green.
he was green, and maybe he wasn't running at the time of the trouble, because sometimes you can run your way out of trouble, right? But he did take that step forward in the second start. I prefer others, but I totally understand why he's taking the money.
5-2 now on the board for the Central Park. Coming up next is it's time for me to say goodbye, at least for now. I'll be back reporting later for the late pick 3, but enjoy the rest of the show.
Pleasure as always.
As always, Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way on America's Day at the Races. The Central Park, the first of 2 stakes on the card, coming up next at Aqueduct. Stay with us. We'll be back after this.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Continuing live coverage, Sunday card at Aqueduct here on America's Day at the Races, and a beautiful overhead look at the stakes race we have coming up next named after Central Park in Manhattan. That's what we have next on the turf, our final day of turf racing ahead here at this meet as we prepare for winter to come. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement with Richard Migliori here. This is going to see 2-year-olds going a mile on the inner turf coming up.
Yeah, and I love a race name for Central Park, just this oasis in the middle of the hustle and bustle of Manhattan, an incredible place. I grew up more with Prospect Park, but both very nice places.
Yeah, and of course, later we're going to have the Forever Together ABR race of the week, named after the Filly and Mare Turf winner, champion, 2-time Diana winner as well, and ones who campaigned that champ. Going to have the favorite in this race this year as well. So obviously going to be very interesting if they can win that race again. George Strawbridge Jr. and Augustin Stable. Central Park Field, though, that's to come later, that Forever Together. Mile on the Grass is mentioned, 5-2 favorite. Wow. Wally World for Chad Brown, who is 6-1 morning line at 5-2 right now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that this horse wound up here. Well, is vying for favoritism now with the 9-horse Spirit Prince, who makes a lot of sense, even though he's a maiden. I thought he moved a little prematurely last time and got picked off late. I like the Augustin Stables horse in here, Uncle Truly. Grand Dam is forever together. Kind of a lot of connections going on, and I think this horse is going to be forward. I think you want to be forward on this turf course. I think there's a lot to like about the 4 Uncle Truly. You're getting 7-1 right now.
Meanwhile, Wally World, yes, it's Chad Brown. It was a slow maiden race relative to some of the others in this field. Would need to take another fairly big step forward, I thought, to be a major contender in here. But anything out of that barn usually is, and usually does.
Well, and with young horses, I mean, he did make a big step from the first start to the second start, so you could anticipate there would be another move forward. I, like you, prefer others in here.
Quite a few that have quicker numbers. Spirit Prince, the 9 who does become the favorite right now. Multiple stakes place, graded stakes place. I thought that was maybe the horse to beat for Christophe Clement. Right now the public does agree. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And Spirit Prince looks much the same as he typically has here, running quite frequently, yet still a maiden in these stake races. But he always presents himself well. Look, I agree that he did not get the most ideal trip last time, but he looked like so much the horse to beat in the paddock that I was kind of a little dejected that he got beat that day. So I'm going to look elsewhere, and unfortunately I do like Wally World. I liked him on paper. I like him even more here in the paddock. He's just one that weirdly acted fine for the debut, but just looked as though he could strengthen a bit, and he really has. He's put on so much muscle mass and conditioning, and he's so much more clued in and engaged and just kind of understands his job a bit more now that they've put the blinkers on him for this second start. I do think there's a move forward, and sometimes, most often than not, I will say the numbers hold up. But when you're dealing with these 2-year-old turf races, sometimes the bigger gap in the numbers really isn't as big as it is when it all plays out on the racetrack, just because turf racing is a tighter run race or racing, and that the margins of defeat aren't quite as big as what you see on dirt. As number 8 in here, that is Kawaka. Sorry guys, I'll get back to the 4 in a second. But Kawaka is a huge price in here, and that's why I was mentioning the numbers. He looks woefully slow on paper, given his one turf race with a 59, but he is certainly bred to be a turf horse. He looks like a turf horse. And Tom Albatrani, I know Mig often says it, these horses are not meant to win first time out, and a lot of times they're not going to win second time out. It's more of a development process, and he doesn't really work them fast or hard. And they just get so much fitter with racing. And this guy looks so much more fit than what I saw from him in the debut. And I just think there is another move forward. And he's a big price if you want to fool around with him on the bottom. But getting back to number 4, Uncle Truly. He looks fantastic here. He does represent himself, or present himself, I should say, as a miler. He really has that quintessential mile conformation. A little bit smaller, stout, a little bit more compact, but obviously has the stride to suggest to get that distance. So he's going to step out of, or he's going to stay with the mile today, which is a good thing for him. The only question I pose is that, actually there's 2. That quality of field that he did destroy up in Canada, nobody has come back to run well, and nobody really ran well before that either, as he blew by the heavy favorite that day. And then 2, does he need Lasix? Because you can go to Canada as a 2-year-old and run on Lasix, and you cannot do that in the States. But certainly looking the part, at least in the paddock, at a big price currently, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Riders getting a leg up as we look at Uncle Truly, major player in this race. And this is a look at that Woodbine effort at a mile when he won by 3 lengths.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the fact that he can be forward. He put himself in the pocket. You can see he's looking to angle out and come out around horses, searching for that clear path. And the horse on the lead drifts out, so he's got to go back to where he began, to the inside. And then now he's got a chance to really find his stride, dropped his head, and kicked on. I just thought positionally he is going to get a good spot into that first turn. And I want position, particularly on a turf course that has been glib. I mean, they are running fast on this Aqueduct turf course.
He's going to be one of your major players as we get set for our post parade coming up. We'll start with a big long shot on the inside, Wine Collector.
Yeah, listen, a horse with a lot of experience, a lot of foundation, feels like he's got to improve.
This horse is dangerous the way this turf course is playing. Comes off a win sprinting.
Yeah, real nice effort. 1 for win on the turf sprinting. Went back up to Saratoga, training. I think he's going to be forward.
Especially with the 6 scratching. Just a huge player now. He could be alone in front. Sanderson, 26-1.
Showed good speed last time at Laurel on the stretch out.
Here's Uncle Truly, Jose Ortiz.
Again, I thought that he would be in a good spot right in behind the pace.
Ruddy Buddy, big long shot. 55-1.
Yeah, stretching out for the first time, and sometimes that translates to speed.
You can like this horse. There's no way he should be 5-2. Way over bet.
Yeah, just he's going to have to improve. Not to say he can't.
Here's Kawaka, 33-1. Tom Albertrani.
Yeah, got real good marks from Maggie and from a trainer whose horses improve with racing.
Spirit Prince for Christophe Clement, graded stakes placed and coming out of the Awad where he was second.
Yeah, still a maiden. I feel been a bit unlucky.
Frontline Warrior trained by Shug McGahee coming off a win at Keeneland.
Yeah, nice big strong finish that day. He'll be hoping that things heat up on the front end.
This horse has the quickest figure of anybody in a race in that maiden win last time out, 6-1.
And he sat the kind of trip that I think will win here, that kind of stalk and pounce trip.
Blue Creek coming out of the Awad, distant third, comes from way out of it.
Yeah, deeper closer, first time picking up Johnny Velasquez. No knock on Forrest Boyce, who does very well in the Mid-Atlantic, but you are getting a Hall of Famer in John Velasquez.
Yeah, Dale Way gets in from the also eligible list. Jose Gomez will be awarded for Gary Contessa.
Yeah, Tough Post is going to have to work out a trip and improve at the same time.
So pick 5. Starts here on our Sunday card, almost $200,000 in the pool, and here is the one with the most impressive resume, at least of anybody in here. 4 starts, in the last 3 of them in graded stake or stakes competition, and has hit the board in all 3 of those, but has yet to win.
Yeah, and listen, he hits the front here after chasing a very fast pace and a loose on the lead horse that was always coming back to you, and it kind of made him ripe to be picked up late, because when you go after a horse that's setting a fast pace, it's going to take some starch out of your horse's run. You're better off in situations like that is almost ride the race like that horse isn't there. If he continues and goes wire to wire, you weren't going to beat him anyway. Let him come back to you. I thought that kind of softened him up a little bit late.
So 3-1. He'll try and break his maiden for the 4th straight start in a stakes race as we look at Wally World. And I was actually struck a little bit to see usually Chad Brown runners, in straight maiden races on turf. It was an exceptionally slow number on Thoroughgraph for his barn.
And listen, that's another barometer, another tool you use to see, kind of qualify how good a race was or how fast or slow the race was. Now, he set a perfect trip this day, and he got it done. I'm with you. I don't really understand. Well, now he's co-favored with the 9 Spirit Prince. One thing Spirit Prince hasn't done, though, he's never gotten his picture taken. He's still a maiden. He hasn't found his way to the winner's circle.
Looking at the doubles, Wally World probably going to be 3rd choice by the time the gates open, but still taking plenty of money with Manny Franco as we go back to Maggie.
3rd choice, I'll take it. I do like Wally World. And for me, it just felt like this is a tougher race. And like I said, I have no problems with Spirit Prince. It's just taking him at a short price when I thought he should have gotten the job done last time, and now a tougher field. I'll pass. As we'll take a look at some of those other challengers, including number 10 in here, Frontline Warrior. Both of these I'll take a look at. Broke their maiden last time at Keeneland. Frontline Warrior had a pretty good trip, to be honest. He settled kind of mid-pack on the rail, saved the most ground of anyone. But kind of going back through my notes of what I saw from him first time out at Saratoga, in which he ran 3rd, he was kind of a horse that was just a little agitated, a little green in the preliminaries. And today he's so much more settled. And he has gained some muscle mass. He's kind of developed, as we always like to see these Shug McGahee horses kind of molded into the race horses that they will become. And yes, you do see those 2 next time out winners, but the 2nd place finisher who won kind of regressed a little bit, and then the horse who finished 3rd actually went back to the dirt and won, so not on the same surface. But look, he currently is 5-1. I thought a fair enough price, but Buffoon was kind of the other horse I wanted to use in here. I thought it was a little bit of a tough trip. 11 of 11 last time out. He needed to go forward to get position, and he did, but it cost him some ground, and ultimately that pace kind of not evaporating, but just kind of crumbling away. And he was kind of the last man standing. Never at one point did he look as though he was accelerating. He was just grinding away. And I feel like on this turf course, that's kind of the style you want. You want to be close and you want to be able to grind out a victory, because I think it's tough for these horses to show a real explosive turn of foot. So for me, I wanted the horses to be more forward. It's just the post position for Buffoon pushed me more towards Wally World. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. And look, again, we've talked about it over the last few days. This is the last day of turf racing. As we take a look at Buffoon, let's finish this point. I'll get back to it. But this one for Mike Maker, this again, the strongest figure of anyone in the field that anybody has in here.
Yeah, he's got to get position, though. He can't come out from the 11 hole and kind of see how it shakes out. He's got to come out with a definitive kind of plan and get his spot, trying to go forward and tuck in someplace, finding that gap between flights of horses. You got to like what you see here, the way he finished. His legs were still up underneath him, and Maggie talked about how everybody that was kind of a part of the pace started to dissipate. Not him.
With getting back to the point I was going to make, with the way this turf course has been playing, it's been playing to speed. Last week, we saw 51 to 1 shot win in the lead. Yesterday, a horse won on the lead on the front end in the sprint. With the 6 coming out of this race, who was the primary speed in here, how dangerous now is the 2, Typhoon Fury?
Well, he's going to be forward. I mean, he should be on the lead. I mean, he's coming out of a turf sprint where he was right on top of an extremely fast pace, and then he was very, very game. Now, he had to work really hard. He got passed, and he dug in, and he fought back. That was only 10 days ago.
10-1 right now. Javier Castellano will be back aboard. He's been on board for all 3 starts for this George Weaver runner. As the favorite, as we get set for this pick 5, just shy of $300,000, has become the 9. Spirit Prince, don't be put off by the fact this horse is still a maiden. He's been battle-tested in 3 consecutive stakes races. Hit the board in all 3 of them. And we'll see if today's the day he gets that first win.
Well, particularly if you think about the weather that we've had to deal with pretty much the entire year as far as rain goes, they're less likely to take a stakes race off the turf. They're going to leave those on. And I think they just got in a position where, well, we can't run in maiden races because they keep getting rained out. So we're going to put him in stakes, and he's shown that he belongs in stakes races.
Pick 5 begins here with the Central Park 2-year-olds going a mile on the grass. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Truly stepping forward. Backs away. Buffoon. Ready, buddy? Wally World. Day away. Day away. Steps back. Rider now off. Day away is now in. Jose Gomez aboard. All set. And they're off in the Central Park. Squeeze the start there was Typhoon Fury. Speed to the inside here from Uncle Truly, and from the outside here comes Spirit Prince, and Spirit Prince is now going to be ahead in front, but here comes some pressure towards the inside as Spirit Prince doesn't want the front end. In between horses there came Ruddy Buddy. It's now Ruddy Buddy and Uncle Truly, and they are 5 across the course as they are crawling into that turn. Very tightly packed. At the rail, it's Uncle Truly. He's battling there with Ruddy Buddy. Up on the far outside, very ranked, that's Day Away. Wants to go, is now 3rd. In between horses, Spirit Prince is bottled up in between rivals, just had to check. In between horses there comes Wally World, and Wally World is in the 5th spot. To the outside of Wally World comes Frontline Warrior, who's in the clear, is progressing, is now challenging and taking 5th. Losing some ground was Wine Collector. To the outside of Wine Collector, it's Typhoon Fury, who was squeezed at the start. Then came Buffoon, who's towards the tail end of the field. Sanderson is there in the pink cap. Quokka is second to last, and the trailer is Blue Creek. They are very tightly packed here. They went 49.32 for that half-mile time. To the inside, it's Ruddy Buddy. To the outside, it's Day Away. Spirit Prince is just looming in behind these 2 pace setters, ready to go. It's Spirit Prince, who has a nice spot, and now Frontline Warriors called upon for the effort. Wants to move closer there from 4th. They reach the top of the lane. It's Ruddy Buddy who's in front. Spirit Prince is ready to pounce. Lugs in there. Day Away checks down towards the inside. Here comes Sanderson, who's rolling. Frontline Warrior up on the grandstand side. Typhoon Fury. It's Spirit Prince trying to put it away. Sanderson is flying down towards the inside, but Spirit Prince got the jump on everyone. It is Spirit Prince up by 2. Spirit Prince wins the Central Park. Spirit Prince over a tight photo there. It was Wally World to the inside of Typhoon Fury. Also there came Sanderson. Frontline Warriors in there. It's 1 minute 37-3, and it's Spirit Prince in the Central Park.
Spirit Prince breaks his maiden here in a stakes race in start number 5, and he does so as the 5-2 favorite. Go back and look at the start in a moment here. Big effort from Typhoon Fury, but it's Spirit Prince, Joel Rosario.
Takes a step in here before he changed leads, put the horse in the middle who was stopping in tight. I thought Joel did a good job straightening him up there. You got to watch this race about 20 times to pick up every single nuance of the trips that were involved. The winner worked out a beautiful trip under Joel Rosario, sitting in behind some big long shots, but getting forward position. And a horse like the 2-horse Typhoon Fury, who you thought would be forward, had no position at all.
Completely sandwiched out of the gate and had no chance to get to the front. Let's pick it up in the stretch again. Is there anything here with your eventual winner?
Yeah, well, watch. You see right there, like that horse checked, but I think the inside horse with the turquoise blinkers had stepped out at the same time that your winner stepped in, and Joel corrected. You can't correct a horse faster than that, and I really don't think there'd be any change. Watch his rein. See how he breaks his right hand off the rein and pulls his horse straight out. At the same time, the 5-horse was drifting out into the 13, who, was all done at that point. So I don't think there'll be any change. Honestly, though, this was an incredibly roughly run, messy race from start to finish.
Really was. We're going to go back to the beginning as you look at your winner right there, Spirit Prince for the Clement Barn. Keep your eyes on the 2. Looked like he was going to be in front in this race. He gets sandwiched on either side.
Yeah, I mean, he just got jammed back out of the break. If he had broken cleanly, he would have been forward, but it cost him any position. The fact that he finished 3rd and a close 3rd at that speaks volumes about his ability, but trips and turf races, and this is a race you're going to need to watch over many times to really discern and pick up all the trips that were going on in this very messy running of the Central Park.
Huge effort from that 2 to get 3rd. He might have been best. And there's Christophe Clement. All smiles. Joel Rosario, Oakwood Stables, with your winner here in the Central Park, and he still has more to come in the Forever Together, where he is going to send out Malavath, trying to get back to some of that better form.
Yeah, well, I know Christophe will not be happy about turf season ending, but he's ending on a high note.
Yes, he is. Good way to go out. 5-2 here on Spirit Prince, 9-7-10. To kick off this late pick 5, Mig. Short and sweet. I enjoyed it. Andy Serling stepping in for Mig after a timeout.
Yeah, it was short but sweet. And everybody, have a happy Thanksgiving.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. We will be back. A lot more coming up. We'll get into the pick 4 when we return. Central Park goes to this 2-year-old, Spirit Prince, finally breaking through after 3 consecutive defeats in stakes company. Maiden score comes in the Central Park here at 5-2. Stay with us.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Period down 25, period down 25, period down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage, America's Day at the Races for the Sunday card here at Aqueduct in South Ozone Park, New York. Late pick 5 underway with Spirit Prince. Joining me on set, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling with more stakes action to come.
I agree. We just had a nice stake race in the last race, and I imagine the stewards are looking at the films of that. They didn't put up an inquiry, but something's delaying this race being official, and clearly the horse who won did drift in the stretch. I agree with Richie, probably didn't matter, but something's holding it up, but nobody's made a claim, and they didn't post a claim.
All right, we'll keep you posted on that. Meanwhile, let's go downstairs, take a look at your unofficial winner to this point, Spirit Prince, Rosario Clement, in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Let's check in with Maggie.
Pleased to be here and joined by co-owner Scott Craze. And Scott, as you said, walking out to watch Spirit Prince run 3 efforts in Greatest Stakes and still a maiden, but not any longer. How's it feel?
It feels fantastic. We're very appreciative of Christophe and Joelle, and I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, and we'll certainly enjoy it. But he deserved this. There was, second, third, and he had always been up there. So this was coming. So
it's kind of been fun to watch him develop too. It feels like each race he learns something and improves on it in his following start. And today he was there for Joelle, and he just gave him the right kind of trip.
Great trip. Exactly what what my good old trainer told him to do. Right up in the front, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think he deserved it. So I'm really happy for everybody, and I wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving again. Thank you.
What are your plans for Thanksgiving?
We are going to celebrate with family, and I guess I'm going to have a new trophy to look at. But no,
Gonna put some turkey in it or champagne or?
All turkey. We're going to do a turkey in a bowl.
Love it.
No, seriously, thank you, and we're really appreciative of everybody here and the track, and so thank you.
Well, we're supportive of you supporting the 2-year-old stakes program, and you get a winner out of it. Congrats.
Well, we're looking forward to next year as well, so thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Spirit Prince breaking through here in this Central Park. Much deserved victory, Greg.
And Connections now can breathe a sigh of relief because it has become official. Spirit Prince, Joe Rosario, did come over, did interfere a horse who wasn't really going anywhere, and no change.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything was wrong. The steward should have posted an inquiry on this. They shouldn't always be waiting for a jockey to claim, and clearly the 13 was backing up, but he definitely came in, and anybody that can watch the race, if you don't have your eyes closed, stop the stretch. He came in, and we'll see the head on. He came in on that horse. It's pretty clear. Having said that, I don't think there should have been a change, but I do think they should post an inquiry. I don't think it's right.
Yeah, we had showed it earlier before he came on. Up next, late pick 4. New York bred, maiden special weight, 6.5 furlongs coming up. An interesting race ahead here. You have first-time starter, Ryan Ortiz Jr. for Phil Antonacci, who's at 5-1 right now with a 2. High Track for Pletcher debuting. And then Brooklyn Dance, the Dam, a full to a Grade 3 winner with a Schuylerville. Dam produced Cave Rock for Bob Baffert.
I like the 8, Mel's baby sister. My problem is that we obviously have a very strong inside speed bias on the dirt track, and an 8 post with a horse that may not have speed, I could be in a little trouble with that post. But we'll see.
So that's to come in the pick 4, and then our main event a little bit later on. Did you see that Forever Together as being completely wide open?
Yes and no. I think if Faith in Humanity runs her race and she can put her bad effort last time behind her, I think she's nearly a cinch in this race. I have a disagreement with the morning line maker. Whenever I do, he's right and I'm wrong. I think she'll be 5-2 or 2-1. He insists that she's going to be 5-1. I hope she is. I would take that gamble. Now, I picked Malavath, but frankly, if Malavath and Faith in Humanity are the same price, I'd much rather have Faith in Humanity.
Well, if it was, this time maybe a year ago, she'd probably be the favorite.
Yeah, and I still think she should be the favorite, personally.
6-1 morning line on her new audience joining us right now. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal, San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. You're watching America's Day at the Races here for the Sunday card at Aqueduct in South Ozone Park, New York. Late pick 4 is coming up. And the Forever Together, our feature, still to come later on the card. Very competitive race on the grass for fillies and mares. Yesterday, we saw maybe the next star of the turf in the sport for Shug McGahee in integration, keeping that perfect record alive with a brilliant performance.
Yeah, I think all the horses heading out to Del Mar for the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby are probably happy that this guy stayed here. Shug shipping another out there, but I don't think Talk of the Nation would be able to beat this horse. This horse has been super impressive, 3 for 3. And obviously he's got some issues. He drifts a bit in the stretch. You don't make your third start late in your 3-year-old year unless there have been some issues. But man, I hope this guy stays in the track, because he can really run. They're talking about running him down in Florida in the race formerly known as the Gulfstream Park Handicap down in January, and he may be a Grade 1 winner after that. This guy is good.
3 for 3. First 2 wins, they came at Colonial, but don't just say, oh, Colonial. It was a Grade 3 with a very strong field in that Virginia Derby.
Yeah, I mean, he beat Program Trading, was undefeated, and won our Saratoga Derby. And listen, he wasn't beating up on a bunch of tomato cans in this race. You had several horses, including the runner-up, coming off 90-plus buyer performances from good barns, and he just embarrassed them. I mean, he frankly could have done cartwheels down the stretch and beaten this field.
That would be something.
He might have, actually. He might just have missed it.
Son of Quality Road for Shug McGahee. West Point Thoroughbreds and Woodford Racing was Kendrick Carmouche on board for the win. This is an exciting horse going forward into 2024. There's now a perfect 3 for 3 on the grass, as you mentioned, with that late start. Aqueduct Turf Sprint, again, speed, showing that it is ultra dangerous on this turf course right now late in the season.
Right, not to disparage Leigh Milagro, but when a horse like her is able to wire the field on Friday, it shows how important that is. And in this situation, Dylan couldn't get in the way of the speed, and nothing better. And while he might not be as good in 2023 as he was in 2022 when he won this race, he's still plenty good enough to get to the front end and be able to hold them off. And the long shot ran very well to be second. A little bit of trouble for the third place finisher, but nothing better. 2 years in a row wins this race, and a lot of horses may have trouble handling the turf course this time of the season. One of them is nothing better.
Yeah, certainly it's proven his affinity, especially this time of year on the turf. Able to go gate to wire. Dylan Davis aboard for that win. It's a huge long shot chasing in second, but this gate to wire winner able to hold that one at bay.
Can we get names for the Belmont Sprint Championship on the turf and Aqueduct's Turf Sprint Championship? Like, one should be the Disco Partner. I think we agree on that, right? And we got to get a name for them. We got to do better than that, right? We got to find some of those old pro turf sprinters and give them a little love.
It's a good choice.
You know, maybe the Thin White
Partner.
Duke eventually. Maybe the Nothing Better at some point. If he wins it in 24. We'll give it to him for 3 in a row. What do you think?
Maybe he needs 5 in a row if he's going to overtake the
Kelso, the modern-day Kelso.
Aqueduct Weekend Stakes winners. That other gate to wire winner in the autumn days, that was Lady Milagro at 51-1. Tricky Temper, the Key Sense, and then Works for Me won the Notebook.
You know, I was talking to Jose Lezcano yesterday, and we were talking about Memorialized a little bit in that race, and he made a really interesting point to me about how the turf courses, if they get this year, they get very firm. When we're not getting any rain, it gets cold at night, and he said it's just tough to make up ground. And he said to me, take a horse like Memorialized, who's probably 3 lengths or more better than that field, and yet she was just able to grind out the victory because she had to come from behind. And it's just hard for horses to make the kind of kicks that they make normally in turf races. Maybe that makes interpretation even that much more impressive yesterday.
Yeah, with the way that's playing, I think it does. Graham Motion with that win, by the way, and he's got 2 chances in that Forever Together, including with a horse making the State's debut coming up.
And do we think I'm thinking he's able to find his way out in the subway now because I have not heard from him. So I'm hoping he's now a seasoned subway traveler.
Spent enough time learning his way around the subways from Andy Serling, I think, to figure things out as we get set for the late pick 4 still to come on our Sunday program here. And again, a New York bred maiden special weight 6.5 furlong sprint to kick things off in high track. Even money, first time out here for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. It's not Ira Ortiz. He's on the 2, so maybe this money means something. A $15,000 purchase by Calumet Farm, who actually was involved in both, I think, the sire and the dam, though not a homebred.
Meanwhile, Mel's baby sister, you had said you liked to the outside. Money Grade or Grab, who was second in there, came back and won, improving 21 buyer points. 5th place finisher. Didn't win, but improved 34 buyer points in that race.
You're on your game today. I mean, you're always on your game, but I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's strong.
I
got it right here, Greg. You didn't steal my PPs while I was out getting lunch.
I was just looking at your notes.
And also broke slow in the debut. And no, you weren't. You were looking at yours. You're lying. And I thought it was a bit green first time out. I thought the 8 was very interesting. I'm worried about the way the racetrack's playing, though.
And here is the 8. So Mel's baby sister for August Dawn Farm, Coach Parcells, and trainer Melanie Giddings, start number 2.
Yeah, I thought she was a very interesting horse, and none of the firsters really grabbed my attention on paper, though you have to imagine the way the 5's getting bet, perhaps that horse can run. But did that horse work with the first winner? That's why this horse is getting bet. That horse worked with the first winner, who was extremely impressive. The chances this horse is as good as the first winner are about the chances that I'll be doing 360 flying dunks.
That's not going to happen, in other words. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, I think that at least that last work, as Andy was mentioning, they did have in a company with Leslie's Rose. But we'll get to him in a moment, the son of Hightail, as we'll take a look at number 2. That is at P. Mutter Pickle. Okay. I'm a little ashamed I actually picked this horse on our early show, simulcast show, because a name like that I just feel like is never going to lead to success. But he looks fit enough in here. He's not the most athletic looking horse, and with the Vino Rosso on top, I'm wondering if maybe just a little bit more ground would be preferable, but certainly enough sprint pedigree on the bottom, as the dam was a multiple stakes winner as well as graded stakes winner in taking the Miss Preakness in her career. The sibling wasn't too much, but he does look fit enough here. I just wish he looked a little bit better. But then again, I'm getting the feeling that in this field, you might not have to be a superstar by looking at them here in the paddock. As we'll move on to number 5, High Track. He looks as though he could be quick, like we saw from Leslie's Rose. He's very small, though. Or she, excuse me, she. These are she's. She's very small, though. I wish there was a bit more of her, to be fair, at a short price, I should say. She was intense when she kind of came out of the saddling stalls, which I like to see, which kind of hinted at the fact that she should have some speed. Okay, if she wins, fine, as Andy pointed out. But number 7 in here, we'll take a look at the daughter of Solomini, Brooklyn Dance. She's the one that's kind of the most impressive physically. She has the size, she has the substance you want to see. And for my good friend Leah Giramati, who at times can get a firster to run well. And like I said, Greg, she's the one that's the most impressive physically, at least of these first-time starters.
Okay, Maggie, thank you. See if she can run to her looks coming up as we approach the 5-minute mark to post. Pick 4 pool up and over $86,000 as we look at the man who is on a tear right now. Rat Ortiz Jr., 5-win day on Saturday, and he picked right up where he left off today.
Yeah, no, he's listen, he's a fabulous rider, and he gets on good horses, but he rides them the right way and gets it done. Not riding here next weekend, serving that suspension from the Breeders' Cup, which I thought was ridiculous, frankly.
Good night, all.
I mean, for all the things I read, sometimes it's gotten away with to get 3 days for that, whatever. I think those California stewards were ready to teach him a lesson, and but he'll be back Cigar Mile weekend.
How about this for a Saturday? 5 victories, including in the nightcap on Proudfoot, and a couple of stakes wins.
Yeah, he had an amazing day, and he's continuing to do well today. But, I mean, he's a runaway winner for the Eclipse this year. There's just nobody that matches up to him. Other riders have had good years, but not the kind of year that Irad had.
Took the first 2 on the card today as well. As we get set for our post-parade, and here's a look at Superstar Susan. This horse actually terrible break in the debut. Why not give this one another chance?
I just don't have any confidence this horse can run in the dirt, but does draw a good inside post, so maybe that'll help.
Here's the man who had 5 yesterday on a first-time starter.
Now, he was on a first-time starter. Irad that went up at 5. Oh, this horse is Irad. He's not getting bet, but who knows in here.
Taprid filly debuting the 3.
No money for that one. The first-time starter, half to 8. Not much to rate horses.
Dam did produce a first-out winner. 5 High Track, Todd Pletcher.
Well, the wedding was in the first race. We'll see how this one works out. The Workmate, my guess is not as well as the first and probably over bet.
Here's Brooklyn Dance for Leah Giramati.
Leah come in with a first-time starter. This isn't much pedigree, but she's found the right field if the horse can run a little bit.
Yeah, Mel's baby sister for Coach Parcells, Dylan Davis.
If I felt the track was fair, I would love this horse today. The way the track's been playing, I'm worried that she'll be a bit against the track, but I'm guessing she'll be more professional second time out and be close to the lead. But as you point out, Greg, a very live race that she comes out of. She was green in there. She broke slowly, and I think you'll see a much better performance today.
Odds-on favorite, the Pletcher first-time starter. As we get set for the pick 4, which you can play right there with Now Bets. If you've not already, get signed up, started. Now's the perfect time. That's the offer. $200 deposit match customer bonus. Punch in that and sign up for new members. Match 200, and you are good to go on the app or at nairabets.com. Final turf races of the year coming up in races 7 and 9. As we say so long to the lawn for 2023.
And obviously, I mean, there's a lot of things we love about turf racing. They're more nuanced racing. You get bigger fields, more opportunities for prices. But when you get this late in the season, the turf course plays a much bigger factor in the results sometimes than the horses do. Some can handle it, some can't. Trips become more and more important. So in a lot of ways, they become kind of crapshoot races to bet. So much as we love turf racing, when it starts to get really random, it's not that fair to the participants and not fair to the players in a lot of ways. So I'll miss it, but it'll be back in the spring. And we've had some bad luck with the rain, but it was nice that we closed out with a few weeks of good turf racing.
Lost
so many.
A lot of turf racing over the summer and early fall. And as a result, you were talking to me off the air the other day, there are a lot of really probably talented horses who have not even had an opportunity to run yet and get on the grass because of that, who we've not heard about.
Well, think about the West Point horse that Shug McGay won with last week with an 82 buyer. Bill Mott's horse that won yesterday's 6th race, 6th or 8th, whatever, I can't even remember, I think 6th. They got a 79 buyer filly. Chad Brown told me he's got like 22-year-olds he wishes he could, run tomorrow in these maiden turf races, and he's not the only one with a lot. It's just been a tough year.
Let's head down to Maggie.
We'll take a look at the outside runner who has experience in Mel's baby sister. I wasn't in the paddock for the debut, but I like what I'm seeing today as she exits that maiden race that feels as though it could have some quality in it as the heavily favored Dolomite getting the win quite easily. And Mel's baby sister's actually got a lot of size to her and fairly athletic looking. And it feels like from the very few Melanie Giddings first-time starters I've seen that they do benefit from a race, that they're just a little soft in those debuts. So I'm going to surmise that Mel's baby sister did gain quite a bit from that debut. So I think there's every reason to believe she could move forward in here. I'm going to land on number 7 in here, Brooklyn Dance. who, as Andy mentioned, doesn't have much immediate pedigree, but there is some if you do a little searching, as the dam is a full sister to Georgie's Angel, who won the Schuylerville, who's also the dam of Cave Rock, is also a half-sister, Electric Boots, to Bourbon winner Lawn Ranger. So that's a pedigree that says there's some precocity, and she kind of is reflective of that, given the fact that she is a lot more physically mature than any other first-time starters in here. So I definitely give a tip of the hat to number 8, Greg, Mel's baby sister, but I'm going to land on Brooklyn Dance.
9-2, that number steadily has come down. Thank you, Maggie, on this first-time starter. Javier Castellano got to be a little extra motivated here after he wanted to be on the lead, no doubt, in that last race and had no opportunity to get there when he got sandwiched out of the gate. So we'll see what happens here on Brooklyn Dance. Get a cleaner trip from the break as we get set for this pick 4 ahead. But high track, actually, it's gone the other way. It was down to 4-5 at one point. Now north of even money.
Yeah, a lot. Listen, I understand this horse worked favorably with the first winner today. For people who didn't see the first winner today, that horse looks like a up-and-coming stakes horse, $1 million plus yearling. It doesn't really always work that way. I understand the thinking, and listen, this horse could be 10 lengths worse than the first winner today and still very probably win this race. But I'm not sure that it's not going to be a bit of apples and oranges.
Pick 4 pool nearing $150,000 in here. And when you see Arad Ortiz Jr. showing up on the 2, this first-time starter for Phil Antonacci, does that make you take an extra look that maybe this 2 can run a little bit?
Yes, but I think it makes everyone take an extra look. And the horse is 3-1. Now, people will say, well, the second winner was a first-time starter with Irad Ortiz. They went up at 7-2-1. True, and that horse rode a very strong rail bias to victory. And maybe this horse can do it again, but I just feel like this horse is not taking the money that suggests the horse is good, but doesn't mean the horse can't win in this race. It's all going to come down to, as much as I like the 8, it's going to come down to 5. If the 5 can run close to the money that it's taking, the 5 is going to win. I'm suspect. I feel as though workmates can be tricky. They work favorably together, but one of them can be dramatically superior to the other one.
Well, there she is for Pletcher, Calumet Farm. Jose Ortiz will be in the irons and back down to even money for the debut coming up.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, if the track were playing fairly, I would be all in on Mel's baby sister. I'm worried about the way the track's playing. The 5 may win, but I feel as though the wedding was today's first at 9-2. Not sure this one's going to be the after party.
Let's go upstairs to kick off the pick 4. Chris Griffin with the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. P. Mutter Pickle's got early speed, and there's high track from in between horses, but P. Mutter Pickle is up front, is up by 3/4 of a length. It's going to be high track to stalk off of that pace setter. Then comes Superstar Susan, is at the rail in 3rd. And behind them, that's Dactylografa is in the 5th spot, is progressing up on the far outside. That's Mel's baby sister. The early trailer, that's Brooklyn Dance. Tightly bunched on the front end, P. Mutter Pickle's got the lead. It's P. Mutter Pickle who's up by a length. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile with 4 furlongs left to travel. Right to the outside. Here comes High Track is in full pursuit, and Mel's baby sister is progressing out in the center of the racetrack, but P. Mutter Pickle's got more. It's P. Mutter Pickle who extends the margin, is up by 2. Mel's baby sister is moving up on the outside here of High Track, who's now back to 3rd. From the back, it's Brooklyn Dance. Dropping back is Superstar Susan. The trailer is Dactylografa. They reach the top of the stretch, and P. Mutter Pickle tries to put it away. And P. Mutter Pickle is just opening up here in the late stages. P. Mutter Pickle now 4-5 widening lengths in front for a final furlong. P. Mutter Pickle is extending that margin, approaching the 16th. It's Mel's baby sister alone in 2nd. P. Mutter Pickle will get an easy score here. Geared down, wins easily. P. Mutter Pickle with the win. Mel's baby sister finished 2nd, then came Brooklyn Dance and high track in 1 minute 18.33 seconds.
3 today for Arad Ortiz Jr., 8 this weekend over the last 2 days and counting. And this horse, too good for this group.
And I'm not going to say this horse wouldn't have won otherwise, but doesn't the way this horse kicked away top of the stretch kind of feel like the track played a role in it?
Yes.
Because it really did seem, and I'm not making an excuse for Mel's baby sister. I think I bet the second best horse in the race in no way, but just the way Mel's baby sister looked to be the better one coming in the turn, and they kick in the stretch, and this horse just like accelerated off the rail, much the way the first winner did today. And by the way, the wedding was race number 1. Race number 6, you got to be so careful with that stuff. And the other thing is, if you didn't cash in the first one at 9-2, did you really care if you won on this one at 4-5? There's a lesson in there somewhere, right?
There certainly is. Yeah, 2-8, 7-5 finish here. 3-1. P. Mutter Pickle. Arad Ortiz Jr., number 3 on this Sunday card as we go to Maggie.
And Andy talking about the track, which I totally agree with. It just feels like horses that are forward and on the rail just exploding, kind of like the people mover at the airport. They're just going a bit faster than the rest towards the end. But I think a horse that we want to watch coming back was number 7 in here, Brooklyn Dance, who was very green early from the kickback. So Javier Castellano opting to keep this horse wide throughout. So, you know, potentially against the racetrack, and he really didn't ask her for much down the lane, knowing that he wasn't going to reel in the winner and not wanting to beat up on her. But I think she's the one that would be interesting coming back, given the perceived bias that we're seeing today, guys.
3-1 winner here in the 6th. Again for the Elkstone Group, Phil Antonacci. And forward on the dirt and the turf is where you want to be this afternoon.
Yep, no question about it.
Prices when we come back. We have the Forever Together coming up next. Mile and a 16th on the turf. And Graham Motion already with a stakes win this week with Memorialized and the Tepin. Have 2 shots at the Forever Together coming up with Wallachia and one making her state's debut when we come back.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Back on America's Day at the races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. Thanks for being with us. Program brought to you in part where you can play all the action we bring you on the screen here at NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com or download that NYRA Bets app and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 8 wins and counting Saturday and Sunday with more work to come for a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I guess he's pretty good, right? I mean, it doesn't hurt him that he's getting speed horses with inside post positions in these races on the racetrack. But I guess when you're good, you're just that good, and she's getting to run the races. But and something we'll remember, and I'm not in any way suggesting that I was unlucky with the 8 and she should have won this race, but one of the telltale signs of a bias are exaggerated margins. Because what happens is not only is the horse that's taking advantage of a bias getting helped by the bias, but horses that are against the bias are getting hurt. So that spreads out the gaps even more. I'm not, this is not a whine because I like the 8. I was actually somehow smart enough to have a little 2-8 exacta. But this performance, this is one that won't look as good as it is going forward. And that may be true of the horse in the first race who did run, now that was open maiden specials, a full second and a half faster than this race.
Take a look at the pick 5, 2 legs in. Formful to this point, but a long way still to go with 3 legs remaining, including that Forever Together, which comes next. Mile and a 16th on the turf, named for a 2-time winner of the Diana Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner. Multi-millionaire, we're going to take a look at in a moment. Here's the field that's going to line up. Regal Realm right now, 2-1 favorite. What a career she put together. This was the 2009 Diana, and the Big Gray just getting going here on the outside.
She was quite a racehorse. She could run in the dirt, this horse. She didn't hit the turf until just a game, I think, around there, maybe one race
before. Grade 2 winner on the dirt.
Yeah, and she was really a good horse, but she obviously was a super talented filly on the turf. And I remember that race, and that must be Clement on the inside. Those look like those Moiglaire stud silks.
Christophe Clement, 2nd and 3rd tour in this race, and he said afterwards, I really wouldn't mind if trainer Jonathan Shepard decided to go to another place for once, because he was sick of seeing Forever Together and getting beat by her.
Like a lot of people, I would imagine that Jonathan Shepard probably wished that Christophe would go to a different place sometimes as well, but that's another story. My memory of this race is doing a TV show with Jason Blewett, and we were in the paddock covering it, and we didn't have we didn't have no TV to watch the race, so we could only see a TV like 100 yards away from us to watch it, and we had to talk through a replay of the race afterwards with no TV monitor. So I was counting in my head to around 1:45, trying to remember where she was. And as I told this story before, when I watched the show again at about 3 in the morning at Clancy's, a bar in Saratoga, I really thought it came out pretty well, but that could have been 3 a.m. at Clancy's, where a lot of things seem better than they are.
Nothing good happens after 2 a.m. in Saratoga. Became a 5th, by the way, to win back-to-back races of the Diana. She was special, and we're going to see the race named in her honor coming up. Of course, she was owned by Augustin Stable, and they're going to have the favorite in this year's race. That's Regal Realm for George Strawbridge Jr., although Clement, he's going to have a chance to exact a little revenge after that 09 defeat to those owners with Malavoth in here. See if she can get back to that very good form from last year. Stay with us.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
For the last few years, thoroughbred racing has been taking vital steps to make our sports safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians who check every horse before every race, strict anti-doping and medication controls with severe punishments for violators, uniform safety standards for every track, and a single national authority empowered to create reforms and enforce new standards across the board. With each important measure, more data is gathered, accountability is demanded, And while we've made progress, we are committed to doing more, so that at every track, in every race, safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Here at Stone Street, we've been the leading breeder of yearlings for 7 years in a row. And we hope to make that 8, 9, 10 on to infinity. So we specialize in the high end of breeding. We breed the best mares to the best stallions and hope for superstars. We produce champions. So we're bringing our babies, our yearlings, to the market, and the buyers know that they have been treated with the best care, and they've been raised as horses on the farm, outside almost all the time, and we have tremendous integrity and do the right things by our horses. So we have a spectacular broodmare band at Stone Street, and it started back in 2003 when my husband, Jess Jackson, bought the first broodmares. We developed these families. For example, Dream Rush, who was a great race mare, won the test at Saratoga, a great sprinter. She was in foal when we bought her to AP Indy and produced Dreaming of Julia. And Dreaming of Julia, who was Broodmare of the Year this year, produced Malathot and Julia Shining. So we developed these families, and we're continuing to do that. We try to keep many generations. When a buyer buys from us, they're getting the guarantee that it's the best we can do. We've raised them the right way, and they come from the best breeding.
Well, just a beautiful facility, and we have a homebred for Stone Street coming up next in this Forever Together that's trained by Graham Motion, who will have the inside post. That is Wallachia, daughter of Tappet, out of a Distorted Humor mare. Hillaby was actually Canada's 2014 champion sprinter, and there she is.
Wow, that's kind of cool. I like that. Well, I don't know if this horse is good enough to win the race. I actually kind of like the other Graham Motion horse in here, though. What about you?
Yeah,
European.
Faced some very good ones, been competitive in group competition.
Well, for people that aren't aware, the horse that finished behind her two back and finished just ahead of her last time, American Sonia, she ran second in our Saratoga Oaks this summer, which was actually a pretty good race this summer, run in an absolute bog like so many other turf races.
And Graham Motion said she is acclimated pretty well to being in the States, talking about the two. Meanwhile, the 8, owned by the group that owns the mare this race is named after. George Strawbridge Jr.'s Augustin stable, who campaigned Forever Together. They have Regal Realm. Jonathan Thomas trains, and Jonathan Thomas said he gave George Strawbridge Jr. 3 options of where to run this filly, and seemed like the sentimental factor playing out is why they showed up here.
Well, she won one of those inflated purse $1 million races last time out at Kentucky Downs. And she's okay, but the reality is that this is a completely phony performance, because this was when they took the rails down the first day, so the rail was just absolute gold. She was able to waltz on the front end, just was carried to victory, and I think her prior performances are obviously reasonable, but they're not really necessarily much better, if at all, than quite a few in here, and she's being bet off this performance to favoritism. In my opinion, she's a terrible gamble in this race.
Right now, she is the 2-1 favorite. 5 for 9 on the turf in her career, over $800,000 in earnings. Back with us. Let's head downstairs to Acacia Clement.
Enrico Realm has been in good form, Greg, but I wanted to talk about a couple of others here in the paddock, starting with Faith in Humanity, who could be the controlling speed in here. Now, it's interesting. I wasn't in the paddock for her last race, but I remember Richie saying that he thought that she just looked really dull, that she really was not making a good impression prior to the race, that her coat looked to be going the wrong way, even her energy, the way that she was carrying herself, just not what he had been hoping to see. And while she set the pace, and as Maggie had pointed out earlier, and speaking to Manny Franco, she was trying to kind of drift and get out a little bit, particularly on the backstretch and then when fading as well. And Joel Rosario, who was aboard that day, just kind of eased her. Now, she's never one that really completely grabs my attention or that I love in the paddock prior to the races, but looking at her and trying to compare last time to today, her coat does look good. She's healthy. It looks like there's a little bit of residue maybe from some previous skin disease on her neck. It looks like it's not active now, but maybe that was something that could have signified that she wasn't doing 100% last time out. I saw a quote from Chad Brown that he said, "I don't know what happened. I have no explanation, but she came back sound and we'll try again." And oftentimes you will see those types run better races. So I'll watch her warming up, but so far I don't have any problems with her, and we'll see if she can dictate things, as she is the quickest early. The number 2, Sigamia, coming in, as Andy mentioned, faced some nice horses last time out in that Snow Fairy Filly Stakes, and she broke well in watching that race. She got a little headstrong behind horses, and she had struck me in watching that race like she looked like there just wasn't a lot of substance to her, and I'm very pleasantly surprised in seeing her that she's really carrying some good weight. And sometimes when, you know, they come off a bit of a layoff and make their first start in the U.S., they could not be 100% fit or maybe not break the best, but she's very well muscled. She's very strong. She does have a trace clip, which is the extremities kind of have the longer hairs you see on her legs right now, and common at this stage to see horses get a short clip, and especially with her coming over from Europe and being based down at Fair Hill. So I think that she really stacks up favorably, and I think has faced some nice horses. I'm very intrigued to see what she can do, and one that I think brings a bit of class to this field. A horse that does have back class is the 5, Malavath. What has happened to her? She's yet to beat a horse here stateside. She's been following the pony in the paddock, same thing that she did when I saw her 2-back, her only other start in New York. She's been entered several times in trying to get in. So she hasn't raced since June, but there were multiple times that she's been entered in Saratoga and even throughout the fall and trying to get a race to go. And naturally, like everyone else, a lot of those races taken off the turf. So she's put more weight on than when she last raced, but I don't mind that for her. I think that she's carrying herself well, and one thing that I know about her is that she's continued to be one of the best workhorses in the barn. She has an amazing attitude in the morning. She recovers so quickly from her workouts, and she works like a horse that should race like that. We'll see if she can bring what she shows in the mornings and get some pace to run at. Now, in the afternoon, my one concern with her, Greg, though, on top of that, is that this might be a touch far for her as far as distance, but at least she's finally getting back to the races.
Multiple group winner overseas. She's only beat a length of 3/4 last year in the Breeders' Cup Mile, but that form is gone in the last couple of starts. We'll see if she can get back to it. There's Wallachia, the homebred for Stone Street.
I just didn't see any races to suggest she's good enough.
Sagamia for Grand Motion as well.
I thought she was dangerous. Grand Motion's numbers lately with European shippers have not been great, but in the past he's done very well in these situations.
Brittany Russell with uncorked Dylan Davis.
I don't think they'll be popping any corks after this race, but we'll see. Maybe she can improve.
Tass Jorge Abreu actually beat Chili Flag last start.
Don't know how she did it. She did it off the claim for TT. We'll see if this horse can continue to show that kind of effort. She once was pretty good.
Fans not believing. She's 18-1. Malavath, here's the Clement filly.
I like 2 horses, Malavath and the 7. I took the 5 because there should be a much better price. Either the speed holds or maybe she shows up today.
Here's Chili Flag, who got beat as an odds-on favorite to Tass.
She's a lot better in her last race. Can she get back to those big efforts, or did she just sort of get good for a brief period of time?
Faith in Humanity. Her speed makes her very dangerous.
I agree. She's the controlling speed, in my opinion, the one to beat.
And same ownership group again, who campaigned forever together, Regal Realm. for Jonathan Thomas.
I'm not going to go out on a limb against her at 5-2. Now, if she drifts down significantly lower, I'm very skeptical of her chances here. But if you like her, 5-2 is probably a fair price.
6 minutes to post here in this Forever Together. Let's look at Faith and Humanity for Chad Brown. Manny Franco will be aboard, and Chad Brown was still trying to figure out just what went wrong last time out.
Yeah, and has no excuse. Now, to be fair, this is her win in the Pebbles here last year when she was able to control, and she beat Gina Romantica, who some may remember was 4th in this year's Breeders' Cup Mile. Now, she's clearly improved. Faith and Humanity has won her races when she's had the run of the race. But to be fair, she ran well in the risk-averse when she attacked a pace that fell apart. So it's not like she's had a need-to-lead situation just to get lucky, and she's beaten some good horses. But the other thing is, even if you think she's a little dressed up in those performances off trips, isn't it possible she's going to get the same kind of trip today? And I think you have to take that into consideration, right?
And that she's going to be carried forward a little bit the way that the turf is playing.
Hey, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
got not only the controlling speed, she's on a course that's favorable to that running style. And let me ask you a question. Who in here is as good as Gina Romantica? You know what I mean? I mean, it's not like she's running against a bunch of horses. They're okay, but they're not killers. So I do understand that feeling. And it was a pretty quick pace last time, and Joelle eased her. I think there's a misconception that she bled last time. She did not.
Meanwhile, Malavoth, 6-1. Here she is for Clement. Is it fair to ask that maybe she's just not up to this level of competition anymore?
Well, the way she's run recently, Greg, she's not up to any level of competition. She's been completely and totally inept out there. I mean, she hasn't just lost. She's been horrible. So you wonder, does she still want to run? I picked her thinking she'll be a square price in her here. You know, Christoph's tried to enter her, that race that kept getting rained off, the Noble Damsel, I think it was, and they kept raining it off, so she didn't get to run. Is maybe she's going to show up and run one of these days. I think there's a reasonable chance. She's just one of these race mares that got older and just doesn't. She's actually a filly at 4 years old. But as Acacia has told me and pointed out, she's the workmate for all the good horses in the barn, and she works incredibly well. She's 7-1, and on her good races, this field's in trouble if she runs it. So I don't mind taking a little gamble with that price, and primarily because I don't like the 8. If the 8 wins, I'm going to lose, and I'm okay with that. But I think that the 8 horse is just not that good, Regal Realm. Now, listen, maybe the 7 doesn't want to run anymore. Maybe her last race indication she's had enough. Maybe Malavath doesn't run anymore. Then suddenly Regal Realm obviously has a much better chance.
Regal Realm has the most consistent top figures of anyone in this group. At least she brings that consistency.
She does, but she's so dramatically dressed up off her last race. And listen, she was beating a horse, White Frost, who Faith and Humanity is able to beat before, and she hasn't been that good since that race, frankly.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Well, speaking of Regal Realm, as Andy said, there are some others that maybe have some questions to answer, where at least with her, she's been in good form and she's been consistent lately. Now, she was able to waltz along at Kentucky Downs last time out. But one thing that I think is important to note, if you're wondering how the pace might play out, she's not the quickest gate horse. And I think that with Faith in Humanity to her inside, she's going to kind of be put in that chasing spot. Now, she's not a need-the-lead type, but she does wear a Houghton bit or a cage bit, and that leads me to believe that she has the tendency to drift a little bit. I hadn't seen that in her last couple of races, and I haven't seen her in a while physically, but just something to keep in mind if she is kind of in that outside chasing spot with Faith and Humanity to her inside. She certainly looks fine in here. Very strong, powerful, daughter of Animal Kingdom, as she always is. The 6, Chili Flag, I think that she was kind of found out a little bit last time out, and that maybe she was a touch dressed up on some of her previous performances. She really pulled herself up with Tass winning. Now, they'll rematch in here today, but I will say about Chili Flag, she is very sharp. She was very energetic throughout, had a big warm-up, and she's typically one that's kind of mid-pack, but she's acting like a horse that wants to be a little bit more forward today. We'll see if she can turn the tables, as she is taking some attention as well, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. About to load up here for this Forever Together, named after the multi-millionaire that was campaigned by the owners of Regal Realm. And that was probably part of the reason why they wanted to show up in this spot. Again, I had mentioned Jonathan Thomas, the trainer, gave George Strawbridge Jr. 3 options where he wanted to run, and he chose this one. But she does come in the sharpest form of anybody in this field. She is the 2-1 favorite. We'll see if she can back up that favoritism.
I thought she'd be much more heavily bet in here. I don't really like her. I wouldn't bet her at 2-1, but I don't think she's so outrageously low. I thought she might end up like 6-5 in here, and I thought that would be going over the top. I don't disagree with you. I mean, listen, the 5 may not be able to run, like I said. Who knows with the 7? And maybe she's just the reliable one that shows up. So I'm not going to knock that. I'm just not enamored with her PPs, and I feel like if either the 5 or 7 can show up with their good efforts, they're just better horses.
And that, Graham Motion we mentioned with the 1 and 2, but that 2 is taking money. Sagamia for that States debut, multiple group placed. You mentioned the tough customers she has faced.
And hopefully Graham Motion's not sort of, somewhere touring around the subway, trying to figure out how to get here.
We hope he's not lost. There is Sagamia. Been informed he has made it on site. And there's Johnny V hopping off. He'll let the starting gate crew load this filly up without him.
And you see those Silks for Flaxman's Holdings, and they'll ship some horses over here, and so some good ones over the years, that's for sure. And Graham, of course, who had main sequence, who we brought over from Europe, who was a champion. Not only a champion ridden by our man, Rashid Mirage.
How about that?
Yeah, that's how good that horse was.
Forever together in the favorite Regal Realm to the outside. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Regal Realm to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off in the Forever together. Speed towards the outside from Faith in Humanity. Chili Flag is going to go with that rival. Malabath is to the inside of them. They're tightly bunched here. Is crossing over. Will be Faith in Humanity. It's going to stick out there into the 2 path and now get over to the rail. Is followed to the outside by Regal Realm. They're going to be 1-2 into that turn. Now Chili Flag is going to save ground to the inside, is in 3rd. Moving up on the outside of that rival comes Tass, who's in the 4th position. Then comes Malabath, who's now well settled in 5th. In behind them, Shigamia. Second to last is Uncorked, and the trailer, Willakaya. They work to the backstretch, and Faith in Humanity's got the lead. It's Faith in Humanity who's up by a half length. An easy 24-4. Opening quarter there for Faith in Humanity at 5-1. Up on the outside is still Regal Realm, stalking this pace setter. Chili Flag is behind them in 3rd. Then comes Tass. Malabath is in a tight spot there. Red Cap is in the 5th spot. Out wider, that's Shigamia. Willakaya is in behind that rival, and now the trailer is Uncorked. They went 48-3 for that half-mile time. Faith in Humanity is doing it easy. It's Faith in Humanity. To the outside is Regal Realm, ready to pounce up on the outside of this Faith in Humanity, who's up by 3/4 of a length now. Chili Flag to the inside. Here comes Tass. Shigamia's got to run. Willakaya's looking for room, is going to tip towards the outside, maybe go between rivals. They reach the top of the lane. Faith in Humanity is now kicked. Here comes Regal Realm in those Augustin Stable Silks, and now ready to pounce, and Regal Realm is taking the lead. Chili Flag is up on the outside in pursuit in Tass. It is still Regal Realm, but here's Chili Flag with all the late momentum. It's Chili Flag to run on by. Chili Flag is opening up. Chili Flag up by 2. Chili Flag wins the Forever together. It's Chili Flag to get it. Uncorked flew from the back, is in a photo there with Tass. Also running there in the photo, that's going to be Willakaya, finishing 4th in 1:41.1.
Chili Flag, Arad Ortiz Jr., his 3rd of the afternoon and 8th over the last 2 days.
And people that think he's winning because he's riding the best horse, 4th. Didn't he win the last race as well? So I think his 4th win actually today, and 9th. Correct. Is the ride he gave this horse says it all. This is a horse that's not particularly fast early, so what did he do? He left inside of Manny Franco on the 7th, Faith in Humanity, knowing that she was going to clear, and knowing by doing that, he could sit the pocket, right? So he gets in the pocket on a track that's been kind to the inside, and he's able to save ground the entire way before angling out in the stretch. Yeah, he was on the best horse, but you know what? He gave the horse an absolutely picture-perfect ride. And by the way, yeah, she chased outside. Regal Realm was awful in this race, finishing a badly beaten 5th. And as I said before, Faith in Humanity, she doesn't want to run anymore. And Malabath, she doesn't want to run anymore either. Both those horses went out the back door. Malabath early, Faith in Humanity late. These are horses with talent that clearly aren't interested in running at all anymore. But Chili Flag didn't run well last time, but she got a great ride today, and she was best.
Tass up the inside to get second at 23-1. Uncorked at 27-1, getting a piece of this. And yeah, I shortchanged him 4 today. Thank you for Arad Ortiz Jr. So 9 wins over the weekend and counting for Arad, riding for Chad Brown, Madacat Stables, Michael Dubb, and 4-1 on Chili Flag here, and it looked like Regal Realm putting in this big run. We have an objection now, by the way, with your first and fourth place finishers that has just been posted, but Regal Realm does not finish in your top 4.
The 1 is claiming against the 6. There's absolutely no chance whatsoever. I mean, I don't have to look. What? So the only thing that could have happened here would be coming over early in the race, Greg, right? Because otherwise they were in 2 different area codes during the running of the race.
Yeah, we'll have to
Did she send out brain waves or something during the race to intimidate her? Well, it'll have to be right after the start. It can't be anywhere on the stretch. Well, no. I'm wrong. I apologize. I'm wrong. He did bang into that horse, so I'll give him that. He did. I stand corrected. He did bang into that horse. Did it matter? I don't know. I wish Irad wouldn't do that stuff. Let's watch. Can we watch that again, guys?
Let's see if we can get another look at it. So 6, 4, 3, 1. And
okay.
Yellow cap right there.
I think he banged into him.
Yeah. Was that enough?
Probably not, but
hard to tell.
But it's much worse than I would have thought.
Certainly was contact. And maybe another view will give us a better answer.
We're looking at different angles on a different TV, so people are aware. There are 4 different stewards' angles they're looking at. I have to watch it. They've gone past it there.
This hanging in the balance, so this is not official by any means.
And there's Irad, who did so much right, but then, okay, we're looking at the bottom from the back angle. You know, from the back angle we were looking at in another screen. No, we're well past it here at this point, I think. He doesn't really do anything on the back. We're looking at a different view. I apologize to people, and I don't know if we can even get that view. It's weird. Did he hit the horse, or did they veer from each other? You know what I mean? I don't know. What do you think, Greg?
Right there, and he does take a look back as he makes contact as well.
Are we sure he made contact? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Irad's getting familiar with these situations of being there while there's inquiries going.
Well, if he did or not, it looked like he did.
Right. But
and he does take a look back.
Yes.
As you see him there waiting, he's going to make his case to the stewards. We are taking a look at it here off camera.
There are contradictory evidence of this one. And, I mean, at a certain point, and I'm an Irad fan, but at a certain point, it does get a little tiresome that we're constantly talking about these situations involving one rider. Is that fair? And I don't want to, I think Irad's a fabulous rider, but there are times, maybe Acacia has an interesting view on this one.
All right, let's check in with Acacia for more.
Well, I actually watched the inquiry at first alongside Graham Motion, who said, I didn't even see what happened at first until we watched the next couple of angles. But it looked to me like they did not make contact. It actually looked like Irad Ortiz glanced back to ensure that he was not going to try and bump the number 1, Will Akaya. Chili Flag did seem to be the best horse in there, but just not really in the best spot at the moment. When trying to get out, that's really when things can get pretty tricky. And taking that look back might have made it seem a little bit more significant. Objection sign has been taken down, and there will be no change, Greg.
All right, so that's just being announced. Thank you, Acacia. Yeah, it was a tricky angle that we were initially looking at. It looked like there was contact. There may not have been at all, but certainly it was a look back from Irad Ortiz Jr., but that was maybe to see if he had, taken away someone's space maybe, but in the end, no change. So Chili Flag, victory remains 4-1 here over the long shot Taz.
Yep. And
a little drama.
Yep. But, listen, I think people are way over the top in a lot of their criticisms of Irad Ortiz, but I do understand because let's be honest, he is involved in a lot of the inquiries we're seeing around here. Now, it may be part
this
of
one
aggressive
you can't
riding.
put on him.
No, I'm not. I think he gave this horse an unbelievably great ride. I think that early move, we saw that race earlier where Manny Franco won the 4th race for Tony Dutrow. He made a move down the backstretch, was brilliant. These guys win races by moves they make earlier in races.
Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasigtipton.com. Chili Flag, after being beaten by Tass as part of an odds-on favored entry last time out, gets revenge, but Tass actually runs huge coming up the inside at 23-1 to get second, but turns the tables.
Yes, and for people that are going, why is Exacta so low? They're coupled horses. They ran 1-2 last time. This is an old Harvey Pack thing. When you get horses in races that ran 1-2 the time before, the Exactas, and they run 1-2, they're always on the low side. Always.
9 victories.
In 2 days.
We have 10 yesterday?
We did. We did 1, 2, 10. You stuck around for the 10th. I even left. I'm supposed to be asking you that. How's he doing? What has he got for the rest of the day?
So 9 wins over the last 17 races run here.
He's not riding in the next.
By Irad Ortiz Jr. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, he just told me, Greg, I had a good weekend, and I would say that's an understatement. All right, first let's talk about Chili Flag, the inquiry. What did you feel at that point? It didn't look like there was contact. Did you feel anything?
No, not really. To be honest, I'm going to the quarter pole with Javier on the side, and he started like floating out. So I go with him, and feel like I have a horse, so a horse in front of me came out a little, and then I was waiting till they come back in. So when they make the turn, come back in, so I was able to hit the clear. And I looked to the side, nobody there, so I go for it, and then I heard something, and I look at it because I looked before, it was nobody there, so I check, and after that, just riding, and I go forward, but never any contact or anything like that.
Your filly Chili Flag, she was very sharp in the preliminaries, and you took advantage of that, putting her in a good spot where it seems you do want to be forward on this turf course.
Yes, he's playing good for the speed last couple of days. Broke so sharp, so I take it. Take the position. She relaxed so well in behind those 2 horses, and I just buy my time to ask her to run, and she gave it to me.
5 wins yesterday, 4 today so far. How does that feel? Obviously, you've been riding at the high level for quite some time, but I can imagine these multi-win days are always really special.
It feels great. Those days you have to enjoy it because it's not easy. It's not easy to win one, so when you win 4 or 5, you have to enjoy what you do, and we love this game. So it means a lot to us, and I have to say thanks, like I always say, to those guys who support me every day, trainers, owners, and my agent for a great job.
A good weekend indeed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Irad Ortiz, 9 wins so far, Greg.
And very likely another Eclipse Award coming up.
Yes, I think so. I think he's in trouble in getting 5. Disruption, who I did pick 3rd, to be fair, but I don't know.
That horse has a big chance.
You like, really? First-time turf? You're excited?
Well, produced.
You look excited.
A horse who was a multiple winner on the grass. But no, I thought there was a standout in that race. Yeah, kept waiting, 4-time winner on the turf. Dan produced that one. We'll see if that horse can. Chad Brown has the ability to get horses to run on when they switch surfaces to grass. 9 wins, and yes, everyone wants to talk to Irad Ortiz Jr. Just keeps racking them up this weekend. Another one in the Forever Together.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blame continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000.
I'm at a period 85, 85, 85, 485,000. Thank you.
310,000 upstairs. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference. And let's win races together.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. You do pumpkin pie on Thanksgiving?
You know, I had a fight with my nephew about this the other night because he brought the pies last year to my mom's and he didn't bring a pumpkin pie, and I was really annoyed. So I was texting with him, and I said there better be a pumpkin pie this year. And we were a little jousting back and forth, but he's told me a pumpkin pie.
Oh, that's good
I did
news.
not take it well that there
Yeah,
was no
that's good
pumpkin
news.
pie last year.
Love
Thank you.
pumpkin
I'm gonna bring you up at dinner at Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate having my back on
If
that.
you're going to be a guest, bring a pumpkin pie.
I don't know what happened.
Fall high weight. We're going to have next week, day after Thanksgiving, grade 3 unique race. We don't see a lot anymore in this sport. And the high weight in the race will be Durante carrying 134 pounds. He's coming off a win in the grade 3 Bold Ruler.
And he's been exceptional. Even probably his defeat is one of the better races he's run, and he was exceptional in here. But he's got serious speed inside him from Rodney. He's got some speed outside him from Norris Win for Gold, who ran a remarkable race after completely and totally blowing the brake last time out. He's got his hands full, but he's been in raging form.
7-time winner. He's been first or second, 12 of his 23 starts. But 5 wins in his last 6. He has just become a different kind of horse for David Jacobson of late. 96 buyer 3 starts ago, 91 buyer in that grade 3 Bold Ruler win when he beat High Oak and Twisted Ride. So major player in this spot, but some other good ones too. Cowan, who beat him, Rodney.
No, I think Rodney ran extremely well last time out, so I think he's going to be a problem. Now he drew outside of Rodney, which will help him in there. And if it falls apart, I guess Bold Journey has a chance to pick up the pieces. I'm not sure. I think Cowan's also entered, I think, Fairgrounds.
Is he?
Yeah, I thought somebody told me he was also entered Fairgrounds. We'll see where he runs. This horse has been in great form, but this is going to be his toughest test yet.
There's a lot of horses who come in sharp form, but none sharper, than this horse here, Durante, for David Jacobson and JKX Racing. Again, incredible streak he's on right now. That'll be a fun one. He'll be the high weight again in that race. Let's get back to today's action. 8th race on the card. 6 furlong sprint coming up. $25,000 condition claiming race for fillies and mares 3 and up. If you're a 3-year-old filly, you could have as many wins as you want, as Will for Desire, the one has. That's a 5-time winner. But if you're an older horse, got to be below that threshold. 2 wins or less. But still, Cupid's Girl, older 4-year-old filly who is taking all the attention right now.
Yeah, I like her. Everybody likes this horse. I mean, every handicapper I've seen likes her. She's running, she's dropping down, she's been facing better horses. Makes a lot of sense, but she does not have a running style that fits this racetrack, and that worries me. They're short price.
We're going to take a timeout. When we return, Rudy Rodriguez certainly pointing for a big winner as the temperature begins to dip. He'll have Try It Again coming up in the 8th.
Jockey's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jockey's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
200 right there. 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
We are back at America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. We have the 8th up next. Sprinting on the main track. And 2-1 favorite is a 5-time winner. The older horses have to be non-winners of 3 life. But if you're a 3-year-old filly, you can have as many wins as you want. Meanwhile, this is the one, again, taking the money, or was, before we went to break, Cupid's Girl, coming out of a very tough group relative to this field.
Yeah, she got back figs that could beat these horses, but she's another horse where you do have to be a little bit worried that she's not doing her best running. Now she's coming back against 2 horses that ran 11 and 10 Beyer points better in their next starts, so maybe that race a little bit better than it looks. We'll see. I thought it was a semi-key race, but even if she's 10 points better, she's still below a 60. There aren't a lot of contenders here. The one is kind of the horse to beat, Willful Desire, and she's the inside speed. It depends how much pressure the 6 Wartap puts on her. If nobody puts a lot of pressure on Willful Desire, she's probably going to win this race because she's riding a gold rail as the likely speed. If they put a lot of pressure, it could help let the race fall apart. And if that happens, the 4 can win. But I don't like betting on closers at short prices on gimmick racetracks. And make no mistake, this track is heavily tilted towards the inside.
You have, when we showed you Rudy Rodriguez going to break, he sends out the 7 Try It Again, who we'll talk about in a moment. But that horse used to have speed, actually showed a little bit of speed last time out, then completely backed up, but has some races that would destroy this group.
And to be fair, in her last start, I rather eased her up when she was hopelessly beaten, and she probably would have only lost by 10 or 12 likes if he hadn't done that.
There she is. She's 9-1 right now, and it will be Jose Gomez aboard today. Kick off the post parade with Willful Desire. She's in sharp form. Again, a 5-time winner, and she's won on this track.
Isaac Castillo has one job: break and send. Hope that she takes you the rest of the way.
It's been kind of good race, bad race with her, and she usually rebounds. She's coming off a bad one last time out. Here's Burn Rosie Burn, turf to dirt.
I mean, I guess that she's a little bit interesting going back to some races, but even her best races just aren't very good.
36-1 Roja Ligera.
Yeah, I don't know what there is to recommend about this horse.
Jose Lescano, we saw him in the paddock. He is on Cupid's Girl for Jimmy Ryerson.
I like this horse. I'm just afraid that the race and racetrack are going to prevent her from having her best chance to run one of her better races.
Eric Cancel on High School Crush. The blinkers come off.
Yeah, I mean, her dirt form, she's just too slow.
War tapped. At least is going to try and be forward.
Yeah, she can be a thorn in the side of the one potentially. She switches day to Loro's barn, but she'd have to get back to her fastest figs at Finger Lakes.
Rudy Rodriguez filly went by, try it again, and here's the 8 You Should Be Dancing, who's been really better. She's a turf mare.
Who's betting her at 5-1 this race? She can't stand up on the dirt.
Bunty Windermere rounds out the field. Maddie Olver to the outside.
Yeah, and she's another horse that can't run in the dirt. That's a turf horse. I mean, that's what happens this time of the year. Who is betting on You Should Be Dancing at 5-1?
Does
Have they
not
looked at her dirt races?
seem like she can run on dirt
She
at
should be
all.
35-1 in this race, literally of her dirt races. She might be the worst dirt horse in this field. She might be the least likely winner of this race on the dirt. How's that?
Andy is not being overly dramatic. That is probably
Her
a
dirt
true
races
statement.
are unbelievably bad.
4 minutes to post. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But talking about a horse that is currently your favorite and the one Willful Desire, she does look to break from the rail and have the track in her favor. And she has been acting like a horse that wants to be forward. She's been sharp and has gotten sharper as the preliminaries have gone on. Interesting enough, Isaac Castillo kept her with the pony, maybe to kind of keep a lid on it a little bit, as she's been very energetic. But my first time laying eyes on her, dropping into this level, she's dapple, she's forward. She's looking like she should be able to control things on the front end. Now, the number 4, Cupid's Girl, she dropped in for the $35,000 last time. And while How's Your Cash Flow did wire the field that day, this one didn't break that sharply and was kind of in no man's land chasing, and I'm worried that that's just kind of what we're going to see from her again today. And as Andy mentioned, it seemed that the track is really not in her favor for the kind of trip that she looks to pull. And also, I just have some questions off those last couple of races. It seemed like she was pretty promising and didn't run as well as I might have hoped last time out when dropping in. She'll take another little bit of a drop in class in here today. She's moving well once again. She's not one that carries a ton of conditioning, and so I always hope to see that she'll be a little bit stronger. But Jose Lezcano did give her a big warm-up on the track, and well, I'm sure we'll try to get her into the race a little bit more. I don't know if the 2 Burn Rosie Burn is even close to good enough on paper. She's not, but she is the one that just physically kept catching my eye. So I'm going to take a shot with her at 8-1. I do think that Willful Desire is very much the horse to beat in here, and she's the one that I just off of form, I would say it would be the pick. But Burn Rosie Burn, dropping in for the $25,000. She's not run this low in quite a while. Since moving to the Mike Maker barn, she's been on the turf and physically looks like she can handle either surface. I've always felt that, but sometimes she doesn't move the best, or she doesn't carry her weight that well. She's dappled from head to toe. She looks the best I've seen her, and perhaps ever today, and I don't mind her getting back to the main track. She used to show some speed at least and be a little bit more forwardly placed, and hopefully Dylan Davis can have her in a spot where she can be forward. Take a little bit of shot with her to see if she can run back to some of those dirt races and prove herself in this spot, Greg.
Yeah, Keisha brings up a good point. She used to show speed, and she's coming out of a turf race where she was not that far off the pace, and that usually translates to being even quicker on dirt. So we'll see.
The chances that she's aggressively ridden with that rider, in my opinion, are next to zero, especially with horses like the 1, 6, and 9 are here. But even if she isn't aggressive, she could get a good trip on the inside if she stays inside. Dylan, not one of the more bias-attuned riders out there. And I'm not sure how many. I mean, the best ones are Kendrick and Trevor McCarthy. And speaking of Kendrick, is he not riding today? Just occurring to me. I feel like we haven't seen him.
9-5 favorite, Willful Desire, Isaac Castillo, David Jacobson. And every time this filly has put together a big effort, she has bounced backwards. But she's usually rebounded again immediately right after that. And that's kind of been the case last time out. She went backwards after a big win in the slop Belmont at Aqueduct. And we'll see if it happens again here. 8-5 on Willful Desire.
She's the inside speed and track kind inside speed. I'm not taking. I don't love her. I picked her second on this racetrack. I can't bet the 4, so I'm gonna abstain. And I don't trust Willful Desire, but the track may help her immeasurably.
Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call.
Bunty Windermere. Bunty Windermere is in. All set. And they're off. Good break from War Tapped is in the early mix. Up on the far outside, there's Bunty Windermere. It's a lineup here on the front end as there's Willful Desire moves forward. Burn Rosie Burn is in that early mix. 4 across the racetrack just off of them. Roja Ligera is to the inside here of the orange cap. Let's try it again. They're going to be 5th and 6th. Towards the tail end, there's You Should Be Dancing with Cupid's Girl. And High School Crush is the trailer. 22 and 3. 3 across the racetrack here. To the inside, it's Willful Desire at 3-2. In between horses, here comes War Tap. Back for more from in between runners. Then 3 wide. That's Bunty Windermere just looming up on the outside. And Bunty Windermere is now taking the lead. Bunty Windermere and Willful Desire, they've dispatched of War Tapped, who's back to 3rd. Try it again, and Jose Gomez, they're in gear. In behind them is Burn Rosie Burn in the pink blinkers. The 21-1 shot, Bunty Windermere now splints for home. It's Bunty Windermere. Willful Desire is trying to come back towards the inside. Bunty Windermere is going to have to hold off. Try it again, who's just making up mild ground late. Approaching the 16th pole. Bunty Windermere is almost there. High School Crush from out of the pack, so is Roja Ligera. Bunty Windermere needs the line. Bunty Windermere got the line just over Roja Ligera, who was flying on the inside. Or maybe Bunty Windermere was tiring, but Try It Again was in that photo as well with High School Crush. In 1 minute 12.34 seconds.
21-1. Bunty Windermere. Apprentice Maddie over for the Derek Ryan barn. Turf to dirt. 4-year-old filly by War Dancer. Tough one to find.
Let me just say I feel like a winner not having bet, Craig. Yeah, was wide the whole way on a track where every other race the inside runners have dominated. And the second horse did come right up the rail to get second. By the way, the second place finisher came up from nowhere, and the rail was supposed to be in forward in this race and came from well back. If you had this horse, I tip my hat to you. Even the turf form probably wasn't good enough to be competitive. I don't know what to say. This was a hard horse to have. If you had her, congrats.
21-1 over 38-1. Yeah, the inside certainly seems like it was helping that second place finisher. Roja Ligera came up the inside and making up a ton of ground late. But yeah, this horse, to do this with this wide trip, wow, 21-1. Gonna knock a lot of people out of the late pick 5 today.
Yeah, and the pick 6 as well. What are we looking at in the pick 6 so far? $9 horse.
By the way, the 1 and 4 moving to New Barns, claimed out of here.
Well, if you claimed the 4, I wish you the best of luck, because Jose actually got her the rail for a portion of the race. She had nothing, and this race was collapsing. I mean, frankly, this race was run in a manner that should have helped the 4, right? The way it fell apart.
Yeah.
And she never even made a dent in it. And a lot of lesser horses did. None of them, by the way, were You Should Be Dancing.
Bunty Windermere, a big surprise here in the 8th. Maddie over for Derek Ryan, Eagle View Farm, and a 21-1 shot here in the 8th. See how that affects things with our nightcap still to come. Chad Brown. Sounds like he's going to take 3 chances at this year's Cigar Mile. We'll take a look at who he's going to line up in that big graded stake when we come back.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Sunday in South Ozone Park with the nightcap to come. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Bunty Windermere for Derek Ryan with Maddie over at 21-1 for the victory. We head downstairs to Acacia.
Maddie and I were just catching up on all the gossip. But Maddie, so happy for you. Of course, I saw firsthand your journey of becoming a rider, having started riding for Christophe Lamont, and then now being a successful jockey. And it's so great to see you being successful on this circuit too. How special are all of these wins?
It's also special just from, I was thinking about it the other day, from where I started and not having any family in the racetrack and kind of having to create family, like, you know, with the Clements and everyone that I met along the way. It's very cool for me. It's very special.
And you've put the work into Bunty Windermere. I said to you, you know, she kind of looked more like a turf horse, and you said she feels that way too. But as you're clean, you're forward, and put her in the right spot.
I mean, she took me there. You know, she was ready to go, and she carries herself so classy. And Mr. Ryan obviously had her ready to roll out of the gate. And I've watched him have success with his turf horses here on this track. So I had a lot of hope for this horse today because watching his other horses, his supposed turf horses perform well, I was expecting a good performance from her.
She was able to make the switch and maybe just kind of praying for the wire to come, but she dug in for you. Talk a little bit about building up that strength and being able to finish, and you were able to hold on with her.
I mean, I've been told a lot of times by a lot of people that, you know, using that left hand can really give you a little extra oomph there because horses aren't quite as used to it. So that helps a lot. And knowing that you have a horse that really wants to try for you makes you want to, you know, try hard too. So.
Well, congratulations on another win. Couldn't be more proud of you. And it's so great to see the positivity and celebrating the winner's circle.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Greg?
Making the most of her opportunities. Wow, winning on a 21-1 shot. That, an apprentice doing that, that's, people take notice.
Absolutely, and we're just amazed that every horse is covered in the pick 6. The 8 and 9 would create a pick 5 carryover. Seems a little odd that with a much more finite pool that they'd all be covered, but clearly somebody went all in there and a lot of all in here or something. Wow, good luck to them.
Again, it only takes one in the late pick 5, and there it is. Bunty Windermere, huge upset, and as a result, if you hit this, you are going to get paid going into this finale coming up.
So we wish you the best of luck if you're alive.
Going to close things out with the final turf race of 2023 on the Naira circuit. Mile and a 16th over the inner turf. State-bred first allowance condition race. And it's Disruption, which would give Arad Ortiz Jr. a 5-win Saturday and 5-win Sunday.
Do you think there's a chance that the fact that Irad's riding this race has something to do with the fact that she somehow favored this race?
It's also Chad Brown, who has a lot of success moving horses to the surface. And the dam did produce, kept waiting. He was a 4-time winner on the grass.
Turf sprints. Having said that, most of the horses he wins from the turf aren't making their 8th career start when their 7th career start. 8th, actually, when they move to it. She's got some pedigree. I've got her 3rd. I think she's a ridiculous favorite in here, having said that. And I don't think you disagree with that.
No, I do not.
Yeah.
8 minutes away. We're going to have the post parade coming up. We talked about Chad Brown going to break. 3 horses he is targeting for that December 2nd Cigar Mile. Accretive. Interesting, this case.
Yeah, I think Accretive is the most likely winner of his horses. Not that he's that much better than Dr. Ardito, but he didn't break last time, and it may have cost him the race. But he's also a horse that's more forward than Dr. Ardito, so he's going to be able to make his own trip in this race. And it's not clear there's going to be much speed in the race. I think Dr. Ardito's a talented horse. He almost won this race. But of the 3, Accretive will be the shortest price of those horses. And Chad Brown will try to win, I want to say, his 3rd Cigar Mile, Connect and Pattern Recognition.
This was the grade 2 49er, and yeah, Ever So Mischievous won at Dr. Ardito's 2nd, a nose behind stablemate Accretive. I got to think you're right. Who's going to be the shorter price of the 2? And both those 2 major players. What about that 3rd of this trio, who is still has only a maiden win to his credit, taking this big jump?
Yeah, when I was talking to our producer, Bobby Clatton, saying that he had read that this horse had been listed as problem with the race, I said that has to be a mistake. Chad Brown's not going to run on a horse that's just coming off a loss and the non-winners have won. But I called Chad Brown and he said it's, right now it's not coming up a big field. And I think this horse has a chance. He's not as good, obviously, as Accreta, but he's more lightly raced and he can be forward. So why not take a shot? And listen, he lost to horse Signature in this race, who came back with a very impressive win in his next start. So ready to take a shot with a horse that is would be making his fourth career start.
Yeah, he wants to be forward. He went gate to wire in his maiden special weight win. He was on the lead in that race when he just missed. So maybe a horse lightly raced on the improve who he sees talent with. That is the big last day on this circuit with big 2-year-old races as well.
I won't be here. I'm abandoning you.
Where are you going?
Jamaica. I will be on the show
from Jamaica.
Warm Jamaica. Not Jamaica Queens.
Wow. I didn't think I'd ever see Andy Serling live on TV from Jamaica, but that is going to happen only on America's Day at the Races.
That's the only place it could happen.
Cigar Mile, Remsen, Demoiselle, and Go for One. What a lineup on December 2nd. So we look forward to having you on for that big Saturday of action. And Remsen and Demoiselle have had some big names come out of it of late.
Yeah, I know. I know Chad Brown's talking about running that impressive maiden breaker at 1 1/8. That was a Klarovich, and also Sierra Leone, who was very impressive. That's a $2+ million sales topper for the Coolmore guys. Chad has not had many horses for them that ran a 70-something buyer winning in a mile, I think, on Breeders' Cup weekend.
Nightcap still to come. We're going to take a timeout. Chad Brown, of course, with a horse trying a new surface here in start number 8, which would give Iran Ortiz Jr. a 5th win on today's card. Finale coming up. We'll have the post parade ahead when we return. Mile to 16th on the turf. Final turf race of 2023 here in New York coming up.
The best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way out 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fayetteville are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fayetteville is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Resilient, fighting back, retaking the lead, and it's Country Grammar to win the Hollywood Gold Cup.
Country Grammar getting the upper hand, draws alongside, and Country Grammar with his dates with destiny in front a length and a half. Country Grammar won the Dubai World Cup.
The National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame welcomed 20 racing stables to this partnership and syndicate night. Every stable mentioned protecting horses through aftercare when they leave the racetrack. Saratoga Stable showed off trophies and saddlecloths won by its famous winners of Triple Crown races, Funny Side, who won the Kentucky Derby and Preakness in 2003, and 'Tis the Law, who won the Belmont in 2020.
Because we have a great training team and advisors, Barclay Tagg, Robin Smullen. We feel, any time that We're buying a horse. They know what to do with a good horse.
Bond Racing Stable showed off its homebred yearlings on video and explained they offer horses to partners in 10% increments. They make the decisions for the horses, which will all be trained by James Bond.
I think if you really want to get into horse ownership, this is the best way to do it, so you learn what it's all about. It's fractional costs. It's a very risky business, but at least you're not in it alone.
West Point Thoroughbred showcases its champion racehorse Flightline as an example of the heights to which a partnership can take partners. At Dreammaker Stable, Tom Gallo promotes buying into New York breds, which can race and win an open company, but have the protection of running in races restricted to New York breds. Jeff Michalowski liked what he was hearing.
We hope to one day see some winners if we get involved.
And before you get involved, it's recommended you perform due diligence on any partnership offerings.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, that's where you go, nybreds.com. And we have a New York bred race to close out Sunday action and to close out turf racing for 2023 here on the New York circuit with a state bred first allowance condition race. And there is Chad Brown's Disruption. Start number 8, getting on turf for the very first time. And Arad Ortiz Jr. looking to win 5. Already did Saturday, chance to do it here in this finale as well on Disruption for Chad Brown.
Yeah, I mean, listen, has some turf pedigree, can be forwardly placed, so there are some faster horses early. So not impossible, but not a horse worth taking a short price on.
Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start there with Disruption, who, as Andy mentioned, does have a little bit of turf pedigree. Is have to kept waiting, who was effective on the main track as well, but a 4-time turf winner. And the Dam, while she was 0 for 1 in her lone turf start, she actually ran her fastest races on turf and synthetic. So curious to see how this one will do switching surfaces today. Does have the proverbial turf hoof to her, and she's a very feminine type as well. I think that this is a horse who should actually physically look like she'll take to the turf, and definitely have the trust in Chad Brown, on top of the fact that back in mid-October, she had the opportunity to work over the turf course up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track. It's always a benefit, as you really get a chance to see how your horses move over the grass in that surface and in those workouts up on the training track. So I'm A-okay with the surface switch for Disruption, just from a physical standpoint and all the things that I mentioned. The number 2, Lady of Thornton, who comes off a bit of a freshening. We haven't seen her since July, and she's done well with that freshening. She's one that really can get very light and not carry her weight well, and this is probably the best her weight has looked ever. She's very quiet and laid back here in the paddock, as she often is, but again, this is just a horse that is probably not the best doer. So I like how she seems to be doing off a bit of a freshening. In her last race, Silver Skillet would come out of that to win a race, and she was just win a stakes race, I should say. And she was just facing some good horses. She is one that takes herself very far out of it, and that's my concern with her. She's very laid back in the paddock once again, and given how we've seen those turf courses playing, she usually leaves herself with a lot to do, and that really could be her big Achilles heel in this spot. The number 10, Super's Lucky Lady, has just had one start, and it was a winning one. That was sprinting, going 6 furlongs, and it looked in that race like she'd really kind of need a race to strengthen and bring everything together, but she was ready at first asking and got the win that day, and she was forwardly placed and had some tactical speed. Now, she is a lighter frame type, but she does look like she benefited from that first start, and she has some good leg to her that I don't mind her stretching out a little bit. I kind of wish it was more like a mile for her in this spot, if just being nitpicky, but she's handled herself well. She's acted well in the paddock. She should be forwardly placed, and we'll see if she, who's the more lightly raced in this group, that you have some that have had quite a few chances perhaps at this level, or even maybe stepping up, that she only has the one race to her name. She hasn't had any excuses as of yet. The distance will be a question to see if she can handle it, but so far so good with the demeanor that she's showing and what she's taken from that first start, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We saw Javier Castellano briefly, and it's going to be interesting. I mean, it appears like it is the 6 or the 10, the two that want to send in here.
I agree with that. I think the 10 could be quicker. It depends how they're ridden. Disruption, you got to think Irad's going to leave to get position and get that coveted inside position, which helps. But I think both Spooky Lady and the 10 Super's Lucky Lady are potentially faster. We'll see how they're ridden.
Meanwhile, this horse looks like she has the best turf race probably of anybody in this field. It was 2 back, 1 1/8 at Saratoga, 50,000 starter allowance victory at 1 1/8. And got a 75 buyer for the win.
She's the horse to beat. I mean, she's just the best horse, and she's not. I mean, she doesn't have any speed, and that could hurt her. And that's the problem with Lady of Thornton, who I picked, who's a ridiculously low 7-2 right now. She has no speed either, and they're going to have to rely on them moving up front. And if they move enough up front and the race collapses, they both can win. And Horacio de Paz has been having just a really good run. He had a lot of bad luck at Saratoga, a lot of seconds and thirds. But they turned into some wins at the meeting here since we got back from Saratoga.
There she is, 2-time winner on the grass as we get set for our post parade. We hear the call to post in the distance. And we'll kick things off here in a moment with a big long shot, Saratoga Kisses, who has only tried the turf once and did not hit the board.
Yeah, she's, that one race, I think she got a buyer in the 20s that day. I don't think she's much worse. It was 5.5 furlongs.
Big problem, not only with the way the turf course is playing, this filly has major problems getting out of the gate.
Yeah, well, she got left 6-7 lengths last time, and she actually ran a winning race against a tougher field.
But it happens all
But she's got to break, and even when she breaks, she's so slow, it doesn't seem to matter.
There's disruption for Chad Brown, first on turf.
Yeah, she's a wild card and a bit of an underlay, but she's drifting up.
A couple of big efforts sprinting and now stretching out Lena Wright.
Yeah, the problem is Dave Donk does not have good numbers stretching out, and she seems like she's probably more of a sprinter type.
Dream Road, broker maiden at Saratoga.
I mean, I don't really like her, but I don't think she's supposed to be 31-1 in here. That win was good enough that 31-1 seems like a bit of an overlay.
Spooky Lady went by, chance to maybe wire the field, but you got the 10 as well. And then there's the 7, Can't Fool Me.
Yeah, I don't like Spooky Lady at all. Can't Fool Me is a very logical player as an overlay right now at 5-1.
Jose Lezcano on Charisse.
We love Jose, but he's going to have to get this horse a lot faster for Mark Hennig, second off a layoff.
Mary Catherine comes in on a win-off synthetic.
Kerry Bryan is 1 for 24 going synthetic to turf over the last 5 years.
There's Javier Castellano on the other speed, the 10.
He's got to try to clear it here. That's his only chance.
Frosty Invasion, Jackie Davis for Dominic Schettino.
And she needs the race to collapse, but there's better horses if it does.
Sail with the Wind. I was surprised at the morning line here, but right around that number.
What was the morning line?
6-1.
Okay, the puff post. Horses outposted. The horse's first race in the turf was okay, and a race the pace held together. Tough situation. Don't like the last race in the dirt. Worry she's tailing off. Hate the post. Wonder if she can get position in here. Not impossible, but I wouldn't bet her at 7-1.
4 minutes to post in this finale on our Sunday card coming up. Let's go back to the 2, and this happens a lot with her.
Well, no, wait a second.
Not this
This
bad,
doesn't happen a lot.
but she's always slow out of the gate.
She's a little sluggish. She's not a horse that breaks slowly as much as she just drops out of races. She just has trouble, and I think she's a tough horse to ride. Eric Cancel's back on. Now, when he's ridden her, she's been far back, and if you look at the pace projector on Timeform US, which I look at quite a bit, and sometimes you want to look at it and try to figure out what you agree with, what you disagree with, she's so slow that she's not even in the pace projector. She's what they call a deep closer, and that could be a little problematic here. And the other thing is, the main horse she may have to beat is the number 7
She's
horse.
favored right now.
Yes, and the 7 Can't Fool Me is a deep closer, but she has considerably more speed. So I just feel like I would never bet her 4-1. I should have read that she would be overbet in here. I would need 6-1 to bet her. We'll see what price she goes off.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And as far as Can't Fool Me is concerned, and like I said, I mean, physically, I liked what I saw from Lady of Thornton today, but I can't believe that she's favored given her running style. And as far as Can't Fool Me goes, she's very sharp today. She's on her toes. She was really energetic coming out. And as we'll often see Kendrick Carmouche take horses right away from the pony and give them big warm-ups. And he's kept her actually with the pony because she was really getting energetic as she was heading out. And yes, while she is one that tends to come from off of it as well, I think that she's acting like a horse that should be forward in not forward on top of the pace, but into the race a little bit more than she has previously. And as Andy touched on, she has a rider that's very attuned to biases and to whatever's going on the racetrack. It is going to give his horse every opportunity to be in the right place of the racetrack if possible. Just her energy level really caught my eye. And at 7-2, I think that she's a major player in this spot. And she's already shown she can go a mile in an eighth, and she has that foundation. To me, I think she's the horse to beat in here, Greg.
4-1 right now. She's a mild favorite. I mean, off that turf effort, 2 back, no one can produce what she has not to this point.
And that's her last turf race. I agree. I agree with Keisha. I think she's the horse to beat. I picked her second. I thought I'd get a much better price with the 2, but the reality is, you make picks in advance. You can make your best guess. I use David Aragona's line because he's always right, especially when I disagree with him. And in this case, he had the 2 at 8-1, so I thought she'd be a much bigger price. The public is seeing the same things I am, and she's a little over bet at this price. Maybe she goes on 5-1. She just went to 5-1. I'm still not sure that's a particularly great price on her.
Deep closer, who was probably going to be last early in this race.
It's hard. If she's not last early, there was something happened to one of the runners.
So here we go. Eric Cancel with his work cut out for him on the 2. And it just tells you part of it, I guess, the way the turf is playing that makes this a very difficult race, but a very modest favorite with the 7 here at 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, I get that a little bit. You know, you wonder a little bit also if it's tough for horses that are deeper closers to be short prices in these races a little bit. But I mean, she's 7-2 right now. How low can she be? It is a 12-horse field, right?
And again, on disruption, the 3 for Chad Brown. Start number 8, first time on the grass. And a chance for Arad Ortiz Jr. to have a 5-win Sunday after a 5-win Saturday yesterday. There he is, in those Klarovich Stable silks.
And the person alive in the Big Six for most tickets has an all, because he's a friend of mine, so I know it is.
Has an all here.
He has all here, yes. So that means that one of the ones that has it twice will win, so he'll get half the pool.
It's a good feeling.
It is, but it's considering the parlay is $10,000 going into this race, and he's going to get 30 or 60,000. It's not. There's a mathematical discussion to be had about pick sixes where you want to be careful about betting combinations that are supposed to pay more than is in the pool. But that's a conversation for another time.
Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin to close out the Sunday card final turf race of 2023 here in New York.
Is in. All set. And they're off. Good break towards the inside from Disruption, but Spooky Lady is quickest. It's Spooky Lady right out to the front. Here from the outside draws, it's Super's Lucky Lady trying to join this leader. Spooky Lady and Super's Lucky Lady. They're going to be 1-2 head and head as they work towards that first turn. Disruption is settled right in behind them, is in the 3rd spot. Then comes Sail with the Wind, who's comfortable in 4th. At the rail is going to be Lina Wright, who's now tracking in the 5th position. At the rail, that's Saratoga Kisses. To the outside of Saratoga Kisses, that's Frosty Invasion. They travel as a pair. Then comes Can't Fool Me, who's towards the back end of the field with Dream Road. In behind them, just having to check, was Lady Thoroton. Just took an awkward step there. To the outside of that one's Mary Catherine, and the trailer, that's Charisse. They worked to the backstretch. Spooky Lady's got the lead. Spooky Lady went 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. Super's Lucky Lady is chasing the other lady and Spooky Lady, and they're still 1-2. Disruption down towards the inside is hemmed in here by Sail with the Wind, who's progressing and challenges for that 3rd spot. Frosty Invasion is trying to follow that move. Saratoga Kisses is in behind them. Tightly at the rail, Jose Ortiz. Lina Wright looking for a way out. Mary Catherine progressing. Can't Fool Me is towards the back end with Dream Road. At the back, it's Lady Thoroton with Charisse. They move it in the far turn now, 49-3, and they pick up the tempo up front. Spooky Lady and Super's Lucky Lady Sail with the Wind. Disruption is called upon for the effort. Frosty Invasion. It is still the ladies up front. Super's Lucky Lady and Spooky Lady to the inside, still with a nose in front. Super's Lucky Lady and Spooky Lady. Spooky Lady down towards the inside. Super's Lucky Lady to the outside. Super's Lucky Lady, Spooky Lady trying to be joined by Lina Wright. Lina Wright lifting late. Spooky Lady has got the best. Spooky Lady holds on. Quite the stretch run there. Spooky Lady over an oncoming liner right sail with the wind was in there with Super's Lucky Lady in 1 minute 43 and 3.
Spooky Lady Jose Gomez did get to the front and able to outlast Super's Lucky Lady. The other speed, Javier Castellano, pushed this one late.
They went a very quick early first quarter, but after that they just started crawling around the racetrack. And I know, Greg, you were interested in this horse, so I give you some credit. You told me as they were going the gate you liked this horse, and I thought you were nuts. And she looked like she was hopelessly beaten top of the stretch, and it turned out there really wasn't a lot of movement in this race. Linnerite actually made a little bit of a run, but there wasn't a lot of closing going on in here, and the pace made it very hard for the closers to get into the race, and I guess this is how we will end turf racing in 2023 in New York.
Jose Gomez pickup mount here on Spooky Lady for Rudy Rodriguez.
Parlays ran $120,000 in the pick six, and got $60,000.
10-1 to close it out. And the filly, who had been 1 for 5 on the turf, stretching out, able to do it on the front end all the way, even though it got very tight late. Jose Gomez doing just enough to get this W. 6, 10, 4, 12 in the finale on the Sunday card. We'll have the prices for you when we come back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
650,000.
Jesse, 375,000. AC, 335,000.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. The love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Spooky Lady holding on in the nightcap, and pleased to be joined by her trainer, Rudy Rodriguez. And Rudy, as you and I were just talking about, she's proved herself to be more of a sprinter, but her speed made her very dangerous to relax and get the distance today.
You know, Maggie.
Maggie, that's the second time this week.
Sorry. We just, like I told you before, this is just desperation. The last race of the winter the grass, and you know, Jose gave him a perfect ride. So I think Jose's supposed to be here instead of me, but thank God we got the head down. So that was good. Happy for the owners. They've been very patient with this filly, and we're just happy to be here.
When you have a New York bred and one that does prefer turf and trying to find a race, sometimes it can be frustrating. But talk a little bit about when you come down to the end of the season and just trying to give them one more chance like this race.
You know, it's like you just said, you know, we just, whatever comes, we got to put him even in the state. We got to just throw him in there. We even tried to run him in open company. I take him to Loro a couple of times and just try him because I don't think she likes the door. You know, it's like the other filly that we just run in the 8th race. You should be dancing. A couple of the guys say, oh, I wish it should be in the grass. I wish too, but that's not the case. But yes, you know, the thing is you just got to be happy that they're using this race. Hopefully they put a couple extra races up and maybe we can sneak something else.
Maybe so. But with You Should Be Dancing, I think a good example, because sometimes you find a horse that can handle the dirt and can be effective when you're based here year-round. Sometimes you have to be a little creative as a trainer.
Definitely. You know, we got a couple horses that we just throw them up last year in the winter and they run factory correct, disarm. So they pretty versatile horses that you can run them. And now I'm going to fresh them up a little bit too because we kind of run them back quick. And they took the races off because the rain, we had a lot of rain for, I don't know, for 6-8 weeks. And they keep competing. So now we fresh them up and hopefully they can continue going.
Well, we look forward to next year, but rounding out turf season with a win. Congratulations, Rudy.
Thank you so much, Akasha.
Thank you. Greg, I can't escape it.
At least he didn't get a third strike there.
She's the Rodney Dangerfield of the show. She should have called him Gustavo. I'm going to call him Gustavo from now on when I see him.
Don't worry, Acacia. We'll get him back.
I got your back, Acacia.
$22 winner to close things out. And for those that were, paying close attention how this turf was playing late, hopefully you get rewarded in this final race here. Congrats to one lucky person who hits this pick six.
Yes.
As you mentioned, not only hit the pick six.
Well, I was saying that
a lot of 5 and 6s.
Yeah, he had a lot of 5s, so he probably got a little over about 70,000 plus. Still don't get value, and for me, if you don't get value, you didn't get paid. But I'm glad for him.
And this is why this wager's so difficult.
Right. Well, the pick 5 paid $55,000 for $1, and that sort of shows you. The first winner paid $960 in the pick 6, but can only get what's in the pool. It's an interesting theoretical conversation where you have to be careful about including combinations that are paying considerably less than is in than the parlay because there's only so much in the pool, and it comes into play particularly in these finite type pools like a pick 6. It's tricky. It's there are a lot of interesting discussions to be had about pick 6s, and anybody that thinks however you feel about what your strategy is for playing, if you do it at the exclusion of talking to other successful players and just say your way is wrong, no, there are different ways to look at it. There's different ways to look at it. And the whole thing about playing is find levels that are comfortable for you. Now, obviously, there are better ways to play for different situations, but you still have to find a comfort level. And, there's people who, if you like a 20-to-1 shot, and you could say, I can narrow it down for use 3 horse in the exacta, and I'll get 50-to-1 if that horse wins, and I feel like I'm 60% to hit. If that's really the case, you're always supposed to be the exactas. But if mentally you can't handle it when that horse wins and you blew a 20-to-1 shot and got nothing, then you've got to bet something to win because the mental aspect does matter. Because if you screw yourself up mentally, you're going to make further mistakes going forward. So there's a lot of different things to consider, and no one person should have the same strategy necessarily as others. But there are interesting discussions within those parameters.
We're going to take a time out. We're going to talk Central Park when we come back. Stakes race earlier on in the card. It was a maiden, but who had been stakes tested, finally breaking through and getting that maiden win in a stake for the Christophe Clement barn. We'll take a look back at Spirit Prince's victory next.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The morning of the 149th Kentucky Derby started out with great disappointment for Hillendale owner John Secura.
The favorite is out. Announced this morning, Forte will not compete in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, I was pouting when the Derby was run. I had a great box and I was going to the races and Forte was scratched and my children were going, we're in the sort of throes of the breeding season. I said, I just watch it at home.
They're in the gates.
And not that I didn't think Mage had a chance to win. I thought he did.
Entering the backstretch run, Mage's 15th.
The drive to Churchill is an easy one when you win. It's a long one when you get beat.
But there's one furlong to go. Two Phil's fights on, but Mage has taken the lead.
Was jumping up and down.
Time is running out to catch Mage.
There was nobody here to see my antics.
Mage digs down deep, urged onto the wire to win the Derby.
I just enjoyed and drank in the moment of that achievement, and then the next day we went to the barn and celebrated, and Barbara Banke came over and felt a deep personal and equine connection. She's been such a great partner. We've had great luck together, and we enjoyed the moment of seeing Good Magic bask in the glory of the afterglow winning the Derby, and Curlin was right next to him. It was almost like he looked over and said, "Good job, son, you've got a long way to go, but keep it going." Similarity I see when I see them next to each other is today's legacy and the future legacy.
Curlin and Good Magic, arguably sport's most formidable father and son team.
That's really a separating point on most sires. When you can sire Grade 1 winners and horses that compete at the highest level of racing, that's what breeders are really looking for. It's very hard to do. That genetic switch is either on or off, and when it's on at the highest level, like Curlin and now Good Magic, it's really the epitome of what you could expect from a stallion.
Back with you. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Proud to have them as a sponsor. What a combo. Two-time Horse of the Year, son, champion 2-year-old, and both incredible at stud.
I want to go to Hillendale at Lapa. You were talking about it with me earlier.
I cannot wait to visit. Just so beautiful
nice,
from the pictures we have seen. Got to get there one day. We're going to take a look back at some of the stakes action from the weekend and earlier on today's card. First, the Central Park, and Christophe Clement Spirit Prince breaks through, gets the first win of his career and a stake here.
Yeah, he had been a little bit unlucky. I don't blame the ride last time, but they ended up moving a little too soon, and they got run down by a Chad Brown-Clarvich horse that might be pretty good. And he was just in a more comfortable position today. The horse that you liked, you were very unlucky in here, Greg. I know you liked the two. He got slouted at the gate, had to try to close, and narrowly missed second. He probably did run the best race, but Spirit Prince is a horse that's run consistently well and breaks his maiden in here, but he's running stake races 4 of 5 starts. But that's not because they were so high on him. I mean, they were obviously high on him, but it's because all the maiden races got rained off the entire summer and fall.
But as a result of that, he's graded stakes place, multiple stakes place, and now has a stakes win in that Central Park as well. Turf racing done for the year. And we still have, as we talked about briefly, that Cigar Mile. That day, obviously the big day of the year still remaining, which the Remsen, the Demoiselle, Cigar Mile. We talked about Chad Brown going to have 3. Looks like he's going in that race, so we look forward to that.
Yeah, we do. I look forward to being in Jamaica for it.
That's right. And don't forget,
Who wouldn't?
no show on Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. We're back on Friday. Our coverage on Friday. It begins early, 11:30 a.m. start time on FS2. It was Spirit Prince in the Central Park, breaking his maiden. Joel Rosario for Christophe Clement. Forever together. It goes to Chili Flag. 1 of 4 on the day for Rad Ortiz Jr. after a 5-win day on Saturday. Enjoy your Thanksgiving, everyone. And we will see you again on our Friday coverage that begins at 11:30 a.m. Eastern.